Hello and welcome. I don't know why I'm talking like I'm Russian. Welcome to our next episode of Star Wars Edge of the Empire. I'm your host, Eddie Tarzan. Doing a little behind the scenes mods real quick for the stream. But welcome. Another wonderful Tuesday. Hope you guys' weekends went well. Let's go ahead and get right into it, shall we? 2B Dice Adventures slate for the week is still the same. Tuesdays at 8:30 Mountain Standard Time. We run Star Wars here at 8:30 Arizona time. Then Wednesday, tomorrow, 8 p.m. You guys are an hour of 7.
9 p.m. EST.
9 p.m. EST, which would be
8.
8, yeah.
Your
8
time?
Arizona time. 2 hours ahead of me. We run Valley of Endless War. That's DM'd by Simite here. That plays Dr. Bess Rutam. Wrong direction. There we go. And then Thursdays, we have Tales of Varden, GM by Chris Claybeard from Claybeard Studios at 8 p.m. as well. That's our slate. Let's go ahead and do quick introductions again. I am Daddy Tarzan, H2855 on all social media platforms. You can find me with such handle. Minus X, you just remove the A from Daddy to find me on X. And then everything else is the same. I am part of the wonderful cast of 2B Dice Adventures. If you would like to check us out, feel free to look us up on YouTube, Instagram, X. What other platforms do we have 2B Dice Adventures on? I believe that's it. And then yeah, you can find us there at 2B Dice Adventure ADV. And yeah, on to the rest of the crew. We have Dr. Bess Rutam. Go ahead and roll out your little intro.
Hello, I am Simite. I'm playing Dr. Bess Rutam, currently making a big old sleep bomb. Hopefully you're gonna deploy it on some unsuspecting teenagers. On to the next.
That's not compromising at all. Guy, aka Hawkbat. Let's get your introduction out of the way.
Oh, great. Another person to introduce. Yay. That's me. Hi. I am Guy. I'm the Guy. Some people call me Hawkbat. That's neither here nor there. And the guy who's playing me is Victor the Story Weaver. You can find him somewhere. I don't know. It's a big galaxy. Back to you.
I love the enthusiasm. And then next up is going to be I don't like that. Pineapples.
Pineapples.
Up next is going to be Rawl down there on the bottom row.
Hey, what's going on? I'm Rawl, aka Oz on my IRL life bodysuit human thing. We don't talk about him. He doesn't matter. But you could, if you want to talk to him, you can find him at Son of a Ghost down there on TikTok and Instagram. I'm sure he'd love to talk to you about anything. But right now, I am ashamed and defeated. And now I'm forced to go babysit my crew, who is going to go babysit some children violently. So yeah, it should be fun.
Rawl wanted to take down the Hut Cartel all by himself, and I wouldn't let it. And round us off tonight is Ego down there. Go ahead and run your intro.
Hi, I'm Ren. I play Intiglesa, Ego, Twi'lek scoundrel, who's never done anything wrong ever.
That can't be directly linked, at least.
Yeah, semantics.
I feel like his name should be Inigo.
You know, I think that was one of the inspirations when I was making. I was like, how do I make a name around this name?
You Montoya, you killed my father. Prepare to die. We may be joined later on by Dar Kellen. We're waiting to hear back from them. But in the meantime, we can go ahead and roll out the story that we have going forth. And then also, we do not have Chav tonight, as you can see. So that will be a story for another time. That being said, we last left off with the party dealing with some black market dealings in an attempt to try and maintain a level of secrecy. Raised a few eyebrows when Dar made the revelation. There we go. Revelation that he may possibly have on hand pre-Empire Beskar that he was looking to sell. The person in question, Slade, a Bothan, who is a well-known contact of Ego, as well as a fence here on Nar Shaddaa, expressed interest in making a deal. But the terms of the deal was not agreeable to Dar. Therefore, he decided to hold off on making any final decisions. Upon leaving the store, Slade made it known to Ego that this person's possibly dealing in Beskar, and he wants to know if there's any validity to that deal. Basically, just putting Ego's ear to the ground for him to try and find out if this deal's worth following through on. Meanwhile, on the surface level at Club Vertica, Rawl had successfully fixed a pod race and came out the winner with the underdog taking first place. Several other pod racers being taken out of the. Actually, no, they all made it except for the Victor's NPC who quit mid race. They all made it.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Minus some dings and dents on their pods. They all managed to survive the encounter, but Deimos, a Evokai, a former slave of the Hutts, had taken first place due to his thanks to his unknown benefactor, who's now in the crosshairs of the Hutts. After the race was concluded, Rawl was immediately surrounded and taken to the Hutts, the VIP suite in the casino, where he is brought face to face with Caltho the Hutt. The council chambers of the Hutt Council. The setting for this encounter. Upon entry, Rawl takes immediate notice to some, what's it called? Remodeling, albeit aggressive remodeling. Blaster scorch marks all over the chambers, as well as slash marks across the interior of the chamber. Possibly made by an energy weapon of some kind. But the main that wasn't the main focus. The focus was that Rawl had fixed a race in Hutt territory, and the Hutts wanted a cut of those winnings. Rawl tried to resist and negotiate his way into a superior position. Caltho found that unsatisfactory and decided he's, instead of just taking a percentage, he's going to take all of it. Rawl still tried to resist, but the presence of a former associate by the name of Dove standing next to Caltho on his payroll advised against it. Against his innate sense, Rawl begrudgingly took the loss and was escorted
loudly.
and was escorted out of the casino completely. No longer allowed inside Club Vertica. You may
that part, but okay. No.
The temporary ban. It's a temporary ban. No one's ever really permanently banned from Club Vertica, but that's neither here nor there. Escorted out for the time being, and contacted by Dar, who appraises him of the situation that's taking place down below. No,
It was Bess.
Dr. Bess. That's right. Dr. Bess. That a child abduction has taken place, and that the crew is going to investigate it, but they have to follow a lead that was presented to Ego that pertains to this abduction. That being said, Rawl, you begin to make your way down towards where the crew is heading. Ego in the lead, taking these intrepid adventurers to the Gundark Tavern, a seedy tavern where a lot of the Hut enforcement takes respite for the evening. It's a central hub of their security, essentially, where they gather, make any announcements, so on and so forth. This is an unofficial base of operations for Hut security here on Nar Shaddaa. What will transpire with the information that will be revealed at Gundark Tavern is to be diced. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. English. Do I say it? Ego, you lead your friends up to the surface level. Surface level of Nar Shaddaa. You find yourself in the entertainment district at this point. This area is riddled with casinos. This isn't the red light district, so there's no brothels or anything like that. But there's plenty of entertainment to be had. Tattoo parlors, spice dealers, so on and so forth. You can find here on the main street. Gundark Tavern. You know what? You're a social individual. There's probably been a time or two where you've been to Gundark Tavern to just try and grease some palms within this Hut security to try and squeeze some contraband in or out of Nar Shaddaa without having to pay too much of a tax to the Huts. So, yeah, Gundark Tavern would have been one of the spots that would have been in your crosshairs to try and make friends with, as they tend to oversee a lot of transition of goods throughout the planet. So, I'm not going to have you do. Let's do an easy. Streetwise, just to navigate, so you don't get distracted. Go ahead. You're muted.
Destiny points.
Oh yes, I was about to get to that. Let's go ahead and roll our destiny points as well at the same time. I'll roll DARs for the party. And then the rest of you guys just roll for yourselves. 1 dark side so far. Delightful. Ooh.
Me. Hang on.
Okay.
Why am I not rolling on the table? Oh. Give me a second. Don't look at my password.
Wait. Wait. Wait.
It didn't show it anyway. It's fine.
Fantastic.
All right. And by this point in time, we're also approaching late night. We're about 8 p.m. Galactic Standard Time. So it's getting pretty late in the evening, but that won't affect your guys' progress all that much. Aside from the fact that the streets are buzzing at this time. Okay, we got a dark side from Oz on brand. I like it. And then we're just waiting for Guy and Dr. Bess.
It's not letting me roll for some reason.
Tr-
Take the log back in again.
Yeah.
yeah, refresh. So on and so forth.
There we go. One
Ah.
dark side.
There we go. How delightful. Thank you, Doctor. Ooh, okay. All right, we got our luck tokens for the day. Pretty decent pool tonight. All right, Ego, go ahead and roll me an easy streetwise, just to see if you can avoid any distractions and take the party directly to Gundark Tavern. Full name of the tavern is Ears of a Gundark Tavern. Okay, easy enough. Ego, you managed to smooth talk all the street vendors that try and intercept you guys as you make your guys' way through the streets to Ears of the Gundark. You know, these guys are insistent and will typically not let you go without buying something from them. And you expertly managed to either talk them off or distract them off to another possible big fish that they could harass. Leading the party all the way up to the tavern, you guys approach this. It's relatively, its exterior is wanting. It's not like it doesn't stand out, mainly due to the fact that they don't want this place to stand out. They want it to be more of a kind of like a speakeasy of sorts. But they do have a sign with 2 long pointed ears next to the name, on both sides of the name, Ears of a Gundark, in bright green neon lighting, and the bouncer at the door stands there and greets you as you approach. Let's see if he recognizes you. Give me 1 second. You should, though. I mean, you're a pretty personable individual. We just got to be careful, you know. You can never be too safe. Let's go with you. Bouncer. There we go. Bring him in, baby. All right. And where you are. There you are. All right. No, there we go. You approach this Halk individual, staunch figure, massive cranium, long jaw, covered in fur. Halks are pretty common on this planet. They rival the strength of a Wookiee usually. So they tend to use Halks as enforcers all throughout the planet, especially for clubs and whatnot. So you approach this individual, massive tusks protruding from his lower jaw. Let's see if he recognizes you real quick. He seizes hundreds of faces a day. Let's give that an average difficulty. All right. He recognizes you. You recognize this individual by the name of Qatar. He's here primarily, functions as the head of security for EOG, or Ears of the Gundark. And Qatar spots you with his massive orange eyes and just gives you a subtle nod and just takes in your crew, but pays no mind really, and just opens the door beside him and without a word just lets you in.
Thanks, big boy.
You love it when you gotta love it when you make friends with bouncers. It makes going to the club so much easier. You enter in the immediate environment. Ooh. We got to get Rawl caught up, too. That's a good point. I would probably...
What kind of tavern is this? Is this like a well-guarded tavern?
I mean, everything has some level of security here on Nar Shaddaa. It's not... you're talking about a planet that's riddled with criminal entities, so they have protections all over the place. Usually, even the lowest businesses here on the planet has some levels of decent security protection.
If I scope this place out, does it have roof access?
Well, the thing is, they haven't told you where they're going yet. That's the problem.
Never mind. Never mind. Roll
So that's where my struggle is. But that being said, Dr. Bess, Dar, would the two of them have contacted Rawl along the way, and would they have told Guy that they know a guy that's on the way?
It depends on whether Guy would be in the lab with Dr. Bess.
Oh, you're still back at the. You're still back at ship.
I've yet to make the rolls to make the bomb.
Well, you had some time, so if you're still working on creating a gas bomb, we can go ahead and retroactively roll that now.
Okay.
Do you have the Gadgeteer skill tree?
No.
Okay, so this is going to be a harder difficulty than usual because you're trying to create something that's outside your wheelhouse. But
I haven't made these before. Several.
And Rawl has
100
various
times.
bomb tools lying around.
Right, but he doesn't have the experience of a Gadgeteer. We'll give you a boost
Gadgeteer
die.
was it,
Yeah, we'll give you a boost die because you've done it before, but this is still going to be hard.
Say probably the medicine mix for the anesthetic, aerosolizing it and placing it within a canister.
Okay.
So I would build the canister first, right? So
Okay.
that would be
Let's do
most likely also if since Guy went with Bess and they were to like notice what they're trying to do.
Ooh, that's right.
Gal would probably offer Gal as as the helper for Bess.
Okay.
Basically, Gal is the part of like mechanics and technician stuff that Guy doesn't have because his focus is mostly piloting.
Yeah.
Gal is the one that sort of like creates the contrast and the compensation for the duo.
Okay. All right. So that'll bring down the difficulty. All right. I can see work with that. So, okay.
So
I was gonna make this
the canister or the mix.
We got to construct the housing unit for this device. So this is going to be this will be a hard mechanics check.
Alrighty.
I'll give you a boost die for your previous experience of creating these things, and then I'll give you another boost die because you have Gal helping you.
Okay.
Nothing too crazy, so yeah, that should work. All right. Go ahead and I got the difficulty rolled here. 2 failures, 3 threats to beat. You roll to spare this thing. Oh, I mean, you're just building the housing.
Be okay.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Easy enough. You create the housing unit and prep it for...
Use some of those advantages to rig up a timing structure. Like a timer for release.
Yeah, that's not a problem. This device will function as intended. You succeeded well enough, and you generated enough advantages to be able to create a unit that will function as intended with no complications, really. Next is the administering of the anesthetic to this device and pressurizing it so it will function as intended. This is still a mechanics check because you're installing this intuitive device. So, because the housing unit is in perfect condition and ready to receive the anesthetic, this will be
make the anesthetic into an aerosolized form.
You have to pressurize the canister that it's being housed into. So that's going to be because you can't pressurize it outside of the canister. It just won't work like that. Unless you. No.
How do you pressurize it without adding the mix?
Yeah. So it's a combination of both at the same time. You have to administer the sedative as well as the pressurization to make it function. So, okay. We need
So creating the mix outside of the canister first.
Yes. Okay. So you're prepping the anesthetic. Go ahead and, because this is your field of expertise, this will be an average medicine check. Jesus.
Probably okay. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let me take a look at my list of items here. Combat gear and equipment. That's what I'm looking for. Nope, we need weapons. Where's the sedatives at? Looking to see how a sedative naturally works. So we're gonna work off of that. And then we're gonna supplement that with I think we're gonna need to go to the black market actually.
I'm going to say that while all of this would be happening, Bess, from at one point you suddenly heard a little pop sound, and then you turn to see that guy has been like looking at you while chewing gum, like feet probably on like a table that he shouldn't have his feet on. Just
in your medical bay.
How unsanitary.
Huh?
Where is my sedatives at? Poisons. I need my poisons. Protection. Poisons. There we are. Okay. Okay.
You took an oath to do no harm. You took an oath to do no harm.
Okay, CRB 160, 183. Okay.
You just have that moment where like you hear that guy has someone. Wouldn't you consider that what you're about to do with that thing harm?
No. Putting people to sleep? Come on.
Why do I feel like Guy is like Star-Lord and he has a Walkman on his hip just blasting?
He would feel offended if it was compared to Star-Lord. I will say that.
All right. So, synthetic anesthetic. Here we go. A single dose has an average difficulty, while 2 or more doses combined into a single application have a hard difficulty. The poison inflicts 5 strain. Right.
So this is 5 gallons.
Oh, you're out of your fucking mind. That will kill somebody. Into a grenade?
It's to fill an entire facility. It's not a grenade. It's a system to put it through the ventilation system.
An administering unit, yeah.
This is meant to put to sleep the entire facility before we head in with gas.
Okay. All right. Okay. So you're creating a tank of sorts, pressurized tank. Try and filter it into a ventilation system. Okay.
It's like a Bacta tank, but instead of filling with Bacta, I fill it with poisonous sleep gas.
With anesthetic. Yeah. So you have enough doses. 2 per. So you would want 2 doses per person. Here's the thing: you don't know how many people are in the Cathound Hood gang.
Well, they'd said there was roughly 10 to 13 teenagers. 2 doses is 20 milligrams. 20 milligrams boosted up to 5 gallons. We've got more than enough.
So yeah, you're probably gonna thinking about it. You probably would want, in case there's any additional forces that you're not aware of, you probably add an additional dose per person just to be safe. So you're putting 3 doses per person into this canister for any possible additional bodies that could be in the room.
He's just talking.
Obviously, it's not going to work on the more robust species. However, they will still be slowly anesthetized and quite groggy, so therefore easier targets.
He's just murmuring to himself and talking.
Yeah, so this is, I mean, you'll get the job done. This canister will produce 5 points of, or naturally 5 points of strain. But with this pressurized tank, you have the potential of producing 10 points of strain if the target fails their check. Okay, cool. All right, we got that figured out. So I'll go ahead and mark in your inventory pressurized canister of sleeping gas, potentially 10 points of strain if they fail their check. But yeah, you are successful in creating this device. Especially with that medicine check. Yeah, you got it down to a precision level at that point. So yeah, you have the device in hand. I mean, it wouldn't be too hard to carry this around.
He does not want to have people see it. It's obviously a large tank of ill repute. It's got a timer on it. So he will place it within B4.
Okay.
Before we'll secretly
Travel with you?
with us. Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, no problem. You guys will have to travel at a slower pace, which would allow Rawl to catch up, because B4 doesn't travel all that fast until you get her a repulsor lift traversal unit, which will allow her to travel faster. Because right now she's traveling on wheels, which is more stable, technically, but you also need, as a field medic, you need all-around traversal, especially for uneven terrain. Somebody that's beholden to wheels isn't going to be all that functional. But yeah, so slightly slower pace. So yeah, Rawl, you end up... Well, we still haven't established whether or not you've contacted Rawl. So yeah, you create this device, you store it in B4 and begin to make your way to Dar and Ego to meet up with them and make your way up to the upper level, or upper city. What do we do from there?
Going to head towards the building that we're supposed to meet at. We're going to wait probably a good distance away from it. Don't want to draw any attention to ourselves. Pulling the hoods up, just staying stealth in the area, keeping eyes on the building, watching their comings and goings.
I love the image. Sorry, go ahead.
And I will contact Rawl.
Okay.
Rawl headed to this location, give coordinates, meet up with us here, and we're going to wait and watch until Ego and Dar come back.
All right. Do we need reconnaissance?
That's what we're doing.
All right. Very well. I will meet you there.
Okay.
I love the image that Bess is doing all of this, hood up and everything. It's like, we're doing that right now. We'll meet you there. We're just, and then as soon as he hangs up, another pop sound as Guy is just leaning against the wall next to him, just like chewing on, just looking around, just very casual, just sort of just hanging. And then like both him and Gal seem to have exactly the same movement of their head as they pan from one side to the other. Like they're just like follow one person one side, look at each other, follow another person, look at each other, follow another.
They're people watching.
Mm.
For Christ's sake.
Yeah, you Gal kind of it's funny because Gal kind of replicates Guy's monotoned speech patterns, but with her binary. So her binary is very monotone and very low inflection, not as atypical as like an R2 unit's speech patterns in binary. It's just very, very subtle. Probably calling out some of the odd behaviors from some of the organics that she's observing to Guy, like, hey, take a look at this fucking weirdo.
Oh yeah, she's sassy. Gal's sassy as hell.
That being said, so you guys are going to stay on the outside while Ego and Dar go inside to meet with Krell. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay. All right. Cool. Rawl, you eventually arrive, little on the tail end, but after Ego and Dar had made their entry into Years of the Gundark.
Side note, he would have stealthed his way there.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead and give me a hard stealth check, and then I'm assuming you're trying to look out for any possible tails. So let's go ahead and get this average perception check as well.
Okay.
So stealth first. Easy peasy. Okay. If you were being pursued, you were able to successfully lose them. Average perception. All right. Well done.
Yeah.
Okay. Very well. You, as you're making your way from Club Vertica down to the surface level, because Club Vertica is a floating casino in the sky. You descend. You hail an air cab and take a ride down towards the surface level. And as you emerge, you quickly start to take in your surroundings, and you watch after you depart the air cab and emerge into the crowd. You see a secondary vehicle land and several individuals emerging from this vehicle as well, walking in the same direction as you. This puts a level of unease in you, and you hasten your pace and submerge yourself into the dense crowd of the city streets. Using this opportunity to obscure your perception, you slip into an alley and keep a lookout as you watch as this team of 6 individuals enter into the crowd and look around frantically, trying to perceive someone or something. You see a Nikto, a Weequay, one individual that stands out the most, a Trandoshan, who stands about 6'5", 6'6", way above the crowd. You get a sense that he's trailing your scent, but you used the crowd to your advantage and managed to muddle your trail enough to obscure perception from even him. No, let's actually roll that back and let's see. Maybe you didn't. Where's my Trandoshans at? Where are my boys at? This is going to be combatants, right? Trandoshan mercenary. There you are.
If he is attempting to perceive me, I'm going to impose 2 setback die to him with my.
Ooh. Okay.
Which one is it again? Yeah, with my sense advantage.
Okay. This would be a hard difficulty. He's using his innate senses to try and track you through heat and scent. So he gets a boost for heat. He gets a boost for scent. You have 2 setback die with that ability.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Nice. That's what I want.
You observe this individual who appears to be kind of leading the party grow frustrated as he raises his nostrils to the air, his forked tongue slipping out from his maw as he's trying to pick up both your heat signature and your scent, seemingly unable to do so, and turns back to the rest of the crew, and you hear, and they all retreat back to where they originated, and you use this opportunity.
Is there a food stall nearby, preferably selling meat buns?
Sure, yeah, why not?
Okay, he'll drop a couple credits on the counter and grab a couple meat buns from there and put them in his pockets.
Okay. That runs you about 5 credits each, so 10. High quality, decent Nerf sirloin. So I mean, as far as quality goes here on Narshada, it's probably one of the better ones that you could get as a street vendor cart. But yeah, you got 2 meat buns. You make your way with those in hand. What's your intent with those, if there is any?
If they're hopefully piping hot fresh. The smell would hopefully mask his presence a little bit, since he had noticed the trail of his scent being followed.
Okay, cool. Good to know. All right. If there's any more pursuit of you via scent, that'll add an additional setback die. You make your way down towards the entertainment district where you were instructed to meet up, and eventually you come to the intersection where the Ears of the Gundark Tavern is located. Dr. Bess, give me a stealth check. Guy, if you and Gal are trying to not be perceived, go ahead and give me a stealth check as well. If not, you don't need to.
If we're are we going in?
This is on the exterior to possibly be spotted by Rawl as you guys are waiting.
Oh no, Guy has no sense of stealth whatsoever.
Okay.
If they're doing their thing, they're either snacking or checking on their data pad, having a conversation with Gal. You know, it's very like they seem like they could not be bothered.
Gotcha. Okay.
He crunches into a potato chip like for the fourth time in a row, and just you can see Bess just.
Well, he doesn't necessarily spot you out of the crowd, but he does immediately spot Guy. A very familiar face you've seen once before, with the same cybernetic prosthetic that you've. Oh, yeah. No, did you encounter?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you did encounter him with the cybernetic. So yeah, you spot him standing next to a hooded figure.
At this point, the Bess will probably turn to Guy and go,
Will you stop that, please?
Oh, leave the man alone. Let him have his little snack. We're about to have some fun.
Thank goodness.
Oh, hey. Talk to Bess. What's going on? Why are we here again? What is this?
Building here. We're going to hopefully infiltrate. I have a device which I have to make it a lot easier. I need to find and access a ventilation port on the building.
And you're at the meeting point for the mission, not the kids' stronghold.
"Oh, okay."
That's down in the Undercity. You're currently on the surface. So, yeah, this is just to meet with Krell Thiemann, the mob boss that is looking for people to deal with the Cathound Hood gang, which is what Ego and Dara went into.
I tell him the whole situation with the kidnapped kid.
All right. That being said, while Rawl is being appraised of the situation by Dr. Bess, and Guy was seemingly unimpressed or unbothered by everything around him, Dar and Ego, the two of you navigate your way through the crowd to the bar. You spot a human female individual with blonde hair, lithe figure, currently in the midst of making drinks while being harassed by a couple of Weequay individuals trying to get her attention, trying to flirt with her or whatnot. She doesn't seem to be willing to entertain the idea or be bothered by them. But she currently is controlling the main bar where you can get drinks or information. Around you, the crowd, the music's kind of loud. You get a sense because it's a weekend that it's more of a club setting than a dive bar setting at this point. I wouldn't say it would be the cantina music. It's more of a rave scene. So yeah, a little more of a ravish type of music. So a lot of techno, a lot of what's it called? A
Drum and bass.
lot of drum and bass. So it's more of a grungier energy than just the typical dive bar scenario. But yeah, you approach plenty of unseemly individuals that can be seen all throughout the bar or club. What's your heading? You're muted on StreamYard.
Too many mutes. I'm heading to the bar first.
Okay. You approach the bar. This bartender's kind of a new face. You get a sense. You haven't. I mean, you don't frequent this bar too often, but you've been in a time or two, so you have a general idea on who usually works. So you're not really familiar with this individual per se. He looks over in your direction and seemingly relieved that there's somebody else that needs attention aside from these weakway that are harassing her. She quickly approaches you. What's up, darling? What can I do for you?
Hey, yourself. Tarzan, what's a drink I can order?
You can do on all. What's Ego's usual? I mean, you take in like imagine just regular drinks, but we just give it a little more of a alien flair. So what would Ego usually go for? Like a whiskey and sour, or a martini of sorts, or what's Ego's ego?
Ego is very adaptable, is the thing.
Mhm.
Depending on the vibe of the place, would probably try to match.
Gotcha. You take in the surroundings. You're getting a lot of. This is more of a beer and shot kind of establishment. There is some people doing martinis, but that's not as commonplace as a ale or a shot of Alderanian whiskey or whatnot. So you could do something that's a little more out of the norm and not stand out too much. But if you're trying to blend in completely, beer and a shot is usually the safest bet here.
Yeah, he'll just get a pint of whatever's best.
You get a pint of Kashik's Golden Ale, very light flavored. I'd say you get a lot of caramel notes from it, some citrus in there as well. But she hands you this pint. It's frosty, a great amount of head on it, and she sets it down on the bar. All right, love. Is there anything else I can get you?
Oh, beautiful pour. Excellent work. Yeah, there is one thing you could maybe do for me.
What can I do for you, Doug?
I'm actually looking for someone. I'm not sure if he's in right now. Krell?
Give me a charm check. Because she's a newer face, this will be a hard difficulty. If you have anything that you could supplement, that you'd like to supplement with the roll, go ahead and feel free.
A hard difficulty. I removed 2 setback die, because I'm that good.
No setbacks. It's just a harder difficulty because she's not familiar with your face as of yet. So
4 advantages.
yeesh. Yeah. Yeah, you just blow right past her defenses. Jesus.
I just smile at her.
Easy mark.
Yeah, you Yeah, you tore down her fucking defenses instantly. Okay.
Seduce the bartender.
The bartender's sufficiently seduced. Yeah. With that, yeah. She. You're a breath of fresh air comparatively to the usual crowd that's here in this tavern, and with your subtle requests or your low maintenance requests and direct to the point, you watch as she warms up to you, and you watch her eyes travel up and down on your figure. And she does bite her lower lip for a moment before she realizes what she's doing, and she refocuses. Yeah, Krell, he's up on the upper level VIP booth. Hard to miss.
Wonderful.
Anything else I can do for you? Oh, Jessa.
Jessa. Nice to meet you, Jessa. And he's gonna turn and just give like a little wink as he turns.
Saucy. Ooh. Okay, you turn, wink, and walk away. Dar kind of lingers back, kind of taken aback for a moment as to like what's happening here, and she continues to observe Ego walk away before Dar realizes that Ego has made some ground away from him, and he rushes to catch up without a drink in hand. And you make your way towards the stairwell that is also guarded by another thug. As you approach, the guard takes you in, but you look over your shoulder as he does as well, and you see the bartender giving a wave and a thumbs up, and the security guard steps aside and allows you to go up the stairwell.
Life is good. Yeah, he'll just continue up the stairs.
Such an easy pull for Ego tonight. Jeez. Yeah, you make your way up the stairs. This area is an enclosed space. It's not so. As you enter this area, the music becomes more dull. It's not as impactful. The resonation of the bass doesn't reverberate in your chest as it did on the club level. And as you enter, this is more of a lavish area. It's you get a sense that this is primarily used as the meeting point for the security here on Nar Shaddaa, and you enter to be faced with Krell Feeman, who is surrounded at a table with, you count about a dozen men in this room. You could only assume probably various lieutenants for security that oversee security here on Nar Shaddaa. They're currently in the midst of discussion at the moment as you begin your approach, but as you're approaching, you get a sense that they're finishing up whatever they were discussing for the evening. And several members of this crew, or pretty much all of them, kind of divert their attention from Krell over to you as you approach. Krell, however, a basilisk individual, standing about 7'2", robust or rotund bodied but muscular. He's got a power lifter build essentially. Forearms, hanging gut, but powerful looking arms. Sitting there in this well put together attire, you get like a kind of like a mobster appeal. Pinstriped suit jacket off to the side, collared shirt, unbuttoned at the neck, and a loose tie hanging from it. As you take in this individual, he gives off somebody that has seen his fair share of fights. He's got significant amount of scarring across the face. One eye is milky white, seemingly blinded from blunt force trauma. Semi-formal attire with rolled up dress shirt sleeves, tie. His suit pants match his jacket that's hanging off the back of the chair off to the side. Yeah. And polished dress shoes. Pants held up with a pair of suspenders and a holster and a shoulder holster with a blaster under his left upper arm, and two blaster packs under his right arm. His hands endowed with various adornments of rings of gold and platinum, all with a similar skull-like designs. You see this individual, and you get a sense that this is a man of action. Very little, very little. This man doesn't like to fuck around. He once he has a job in mind, he wants that job done. And he sees you approach as he's finishing his discussion with his lieutenants, and he turns his attention to you. All right, what can I? Who are you? What can I do for you?
My name is Ego, and I think we can do a lot for each other.
Is that right? And who's your friend with you?
Oh, this is Dar.
Hey, what's up? How can I help? How's it going? And Krell looks the two of you over. His dark brown, his one dark brown eye, kind of glaringly observing you, the two of you, just because he hasn't seen your guys' faces before. But then you mention your name, and there's an air of familiarity. All right, Don Ego. Good. You say you can do something for me. What may I ask is this charitable offer coming from?
I have a good word, that you're not looking very favorably on the Cathound gang.
There's a sneer that creeps across his lip. For the viewers, I forgot to give like a full description. For the viewers, Krell Feeman is a basilisk, which is a very interesting species. They appear reptilian as of a sorts, but they have like chitinous adornments on their head that kind of replicate the style of hair or sorts. So what you see is this layer of chitinous of almost like armor on the top of his head, but seems to be either grinded down or chipped into like a medium fade, because it does grow down the sides of their heads and whatnot. But he stylizes it to make it look like a very militaristic cut, or gives it a militaristic presentation. His upper right arm grasps his chin as his lower right arm reaches out and grabs his whiskey as he raises it up to his lips. Cathound Hood Gang, you say? And who do I have to thank for sending you my way?
Oh, Slade. He's on the lower level.
reliable guy.
Very.
You're coming from Slade, and you must be worth your weight. Okay. Normally, there'd be some level of background checks that will be conducted when it comes to me contracting people, especially unknowns like yourselves. But if you're coming from Slade, he normally doesn't fuck around with people that he doesn't trust. So, we can expedite this whole process and get you going on the mission at hand. What do you know about the Cat Hound gang?
Unruly teenagers causing havoc
Okay.
and
Good.
seeming to dip into kidnapping.
You watch as his eyes widen for a moment, as this is new. What you get is a sense that this is news to him.
Yes. So, the reason that we're currently coming to see you, a woman approached us saying her son had been abducted by the Cat Hound Hood gang and is possibly about to be trafficked, sold off, something of that nature. So, we were directed here, to you, as you seem to be a very veritable source of information regarding the Cat Hounds.
Well, the information that you have is accurate. However, the abduction is a new development. These are only kids. So I'm looking to hire a group of people to go down to the other city, confront these kids, put the fear of the Hutts in them, nothing more. I don't want them killed. You have to hurt them, so be it, but they're just kids. I don't want any of them dying. They kind of remind me of myself when I was around their age. So, just instill the fear of the Hutts. That's all I want. I'll pay you 5,000 credits if you get the job done. But this news of abduction and possibly delving into the slave trade, that's news.
It's not quite their MO.
Exactly. These are just kids. They don't, it's not something that they had done before. They just roughed up a couple of shopkeepers on the Undercity and harassed some of our higher clientele. I just need to put them in check. But if they're abducting people and selling them into the slave trade, that's the work of somebody else. Somebody's putting them up to it. I want to know who. So you do this for me. You still get the 5,000 credits, but if you do this and you find out who's behind them or financing them for abducting the lower city citizens, bring that information to me and we'll talk about additional bonuses or maybe a favor.
How good of a deal is this?
Being that they're kids, 5,000 credits seems kind of generous in my eyes.
I was asking the GM.
Oh,
How
okay,
good
got it. Got it. Sorry.
Eagle wasn't gonna say that.
Yeah. Okay. The fact that he's offering 5,000 credits to deal with a bunch of kids, that is definitely pretty generous, especially for the Hutt cartel. Normally the Hutts wouldn't even bother themselves with a bunch of kids, you get a sense that Krell's trying to deal with these guys before they become a problem to the Hutts, or before the Hutts deem them a problem, essentially. So usual enforcement work only pays a couple hundred credits, maybe 1,000 or 2. He's offering well above board when it comes to dealing with enforcement work. So the pay is decent, but the potential of either being owed a favor or possible bonuses to discover who's financing these kids or who's incentivizing these kids to capture, to abduct people and sell them off into slavery. That has potential. That has potential to be worth something more. But he's not willing to openly just make any promises because he doesn't know the extent of what the involvement is.
Okay. Ego will smile. Well, Krell, if it's fine if I.
That's fine.
Your offer is extremely generous. And I think my team will be very willing to accept. We have a duty to this woman. We promised to try and get her son back. So, this is
It's mighty altruistic of you.
Oh, well, I'm just that sort of person.
You said your name's Ego, right?
I did.
Some of my men have talked about you.
Good things, I hope.
Well, we'll see if what they talked about holds true. Do this for me. I owe you a favor or a bonus. We'll discuss those terms once you come back with any information that pertains.
Lovely. A question. Do you, by chance, I have an idea of where they might hold out, but just to confirm my suspicions.
Yeah, they primarily operate out of Deadtown, as far as I'm aware.
All right.
Wait, nope, that's wrong. Darktown. Sorry.
Darktown. Okay.
Let me double check. Let me consult my notes.
Deadtown is actually on the other side of Darktown. It's a
Yeah. Deadtown's a mausoleum city. And these guys... Oh, I'm looking in the completely wrong section of my notes. Give me 1 second. Thank God for notes, right? Who's the boss? There we go. Yes, Dark Lands. We're going to the Dark Lands. They, as far as I'm aware, their stronghold is on the outskirts of Darklands. Again, they're just a bunch of kids, so do whatever you gotta do, but just don't kill them.
Hey, I'm not out here trying to kill kids. I like kids.
Good. There's one more thing. He reaches into his breast pocket and pulls out something small. You can't perceive it as of yet because of how large his fingers are, and he places his hand on the table and retracts. And you see what appears to be a tracking device. A tracking chip. I'm going to need you to place that on one of those kids so I can keep tabs on them.
Anyone in particular?
Preferably their leader.
All right. How big?
We have some names. Don't know exactly which of these kids are the leader, but a lot of them have been reoccurring. We have a Ren, a Gantz, a Heidi. There's a kid by the name of Valkorian. There's a kid by the name of Baron. And then finally, as he's reading through his notes, there's a kid by the name of Kaizen. Identify which of these kids is the leader. Place the tracking chip on them. That's all I need.
Run me that list again.
You have Ren,
Uh-huh.
Gantz,
Uh-huh.
Heidi,
Uh-huh.
Valkorian,
Uh-huh.
Baron,
Uh-huh.
and Kaizen.
Kaizen, that's the only one. There, I feel like I'm taking an order.
Give me. Yeah, that's fine. No, we're good. Yeah. He sets the data pad down on the table and flips it towards you. That's the list and faces of the kids that you can find that we know of. Do you pick up the pad?
Yeah. Ego like glances at it and then passes it to Dar.
All right. The two of you scroll through the images of these individuals. You see several humans, what appears to be a Gand, and adolescent Trandoshan, and yeah. So 4 humans, a Gand, and a Trandoshan. Gantz is the Gand individual, and then Kaizen is the Trandoshan. The other 4 are human children. All right. Any other questions you have for me?
Above table, does anyone know anything that Dar might have wanted to know in this moment?
He has not responded to my messages, so I have nothing more. That's why I haven't really been playing him, because I'm not sure what he would want to get out of this. He probably would try and argue some more, a higher pay, honestly.
Do you know anybody that wants to buy ancient Beskar?
That's another thing. Would he try and sell Beskar to a mob boss that works for the Huts? Probably not.
No, probably not.
But yeah, I would say he's probably going to try. He would probably want to try and argue a higher pay than just 5,000 credits. But you would know that Krell's being very generous with the amount of money that he's paying for an enforcement job.
Yeah, if he tried to do that, Ego would shut it down. That would probably be the motivation to be like, nope, we're so good. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yeah, we could say that. Yeah, in this moment, you hear Dar start to talk about maybe we should get paid a little bit better, and you interject like, no, we're fine. That's great pay. We'll look into this. Thank you for all the information. Blah blah blah. And then you start leaving the VIP section of the tavern.
It's great. You're great. We're good with it.
Just for accountment, a lot of the enforcers or the lieutenants that you see around Krell are of various species. You see Trandoshans, Twi'leks, which is I would say is probably a to see a Twi'lek in a position of power especially with the huts, is kind of a very impressive thing, as they are unfortunately a lot of the time indentured to them. So this Twi'lek individual has proven themselves to be a valuable asset to the huts, to where they it put them in a position of power. Then we have several weak Wei and a couple of Nikto. I would say the Twi'lek is sitting directly next to Krell's side. Green-skinned individual, tribalistic tattoos on his Leku that you're very familiar with. That represent his. Actually, no, they're tattoos. No, yeah, they're tattoos. That's a good question. Are Twi'lek markings tattoos, or are they birthmarks?
They're
If you're talking about the ones that are on them as the Togrutas, those are actually part of their.
Yeah, Togruta is different. It's Twi'leks that I'm trying to figure out, because Darth Talon, her markings encompass her entire body, which are tattoos. I'm just trying to figure out if Twi'lek's markings on their Leku are tattoos, or if those are birthmarks.
You could argue that depending on the race, the ancestry of a Twi'lek-looking person,
they are tattoos, because Twi'leks traditionally do not have markings, as seen on in Rebels. All the Twi'leks that you see in Rebels are all they do not have markings. So on their home planet. So yeah, they are tattoos.
They're often considered natural skin pigmentations variations, meaning they are not technically tattoos, but rather a natural part of their biology.
Yeah. But I'm talking about their home planet of Tython. They don't have tattoo or markings on their Leku on Tython, so which is the home planet for Twi'leks, I believe. So naturally they don't have markings. So this individual has markings, which probably have some sort of history to them, but that'll be something up for discussion behind the scenes to figure out if you would have any inclination into what they mean. That being said, you guys, both you and Dar, make your way down to the lower level, back to the main area of the Ears of the Gundark. And do you stop for another round of drinks, or do you just make your way outside of the tavern?
I don't think Ego would get another round of drinks. He probably finished the one that he was drinking when Krell was drinking. And so he'll return his empty glass to the bar.
We love when you do that. As a bartender, we love when you do that. Just don't do it in the well, please.
But yeah, he's gonna return his glass to the bar and have his hand linger on the glass for when Jessa comes to take it, so they brush slightly. But he'll just say, "I'll see you around, yeah."
Yeah. Do you have a place here on Nar Shaddaa?
I do.
She turns back towards the POS system that she uses for entering prices and whatnot. By the way, this will cost you she's going to give you a discount. 10 credits for the round of drinks. And on the receipt, you see a string of code to contact her when she's and a time of when she gets off her shift tonight.
Damn, she gave you her contact?
She flashes you a wink, and to give it in perspective of what Jessa looks like, she's 5'4", athletic build, very fair, fairly curvy, or athletically curvy, I would say. Very, very solid figure. Wearing tight clothing to help incentivize those higher tips from people that she doesn't necessarily want to associate with, but wants their money. And she has green eyes. As well, yeah. She flashes you a wink as she goes back to addressing the weak way. Her eyes do linger on you, Ego, as you begin to make your exit of the tavern. Built like a bull. Yes. 100%. Solid figure, individual. But yeah, her eyes do linger on you as you make your exit out of the bar. Yeah, you guys emerge back out on the streets with a code string from the bartender.
Things are good. That went well.
Does that happen to you often? Barely said any words to her. I don't get it.
I think Eagle will just smile at Dar. Sometimes things just work out for the best. You don't have to question everything.
Dar just chuckles to himself. You guys make your way out to the streets. Rawl, Guy, Bess, you guys all see both Dar and Ego make their way out of the exterior of Years of the Gundark. Dar seemingly jovial with how the events went. Basically. But yeah, Dar and Ego more so seemingly triumphant, feeling more triumphant as. What would you do with that code string? Would you just pocket it, or are you still holding it in your hand?
I pocket it.
Okay. Yeah. Seemingly
In your shirt.
feeling accomplished. But yeah. What do you guys do from here?
Are they're coming outside? Are we waiting for them now? Is that...
Yeah, you guys are outside, and Ego and Dart just emerged.
I think this is our group. Hello. How did it go?
Hi.
Yeah, he got codes for the bartender. Barely said anything to them.
Impressive. I have what they call no game. So it always impresses me when others are able to converse with the opposite sex or even the same sex. We should continue the mission, I think.
Sorry, yeah. We got more information on them. Ego, you had helmed the conversation. You want to take charge?
If I must. The teenagers, they hang around Darklands. Apparently, this trafficking slave trade thing is new, and someone is likely putting them up to it.
Oh, good.
They're more of a gang of hooligans more than slave traders.
Opportunists.
Potential for a lot less casualties then.
Yeah, he wants us to rough them up. We good with roughing up some kids?
And he knocks on B4, and the hatch pops open.
Might not be necessarily as much.
And he closes the hatch.
I believe his words were, put the fear of the huts in them.
Certainly can do that. they say anything else?
Turns to Ego.
Turns to Dar.
Oh,
payment. 5,000.
I was going to try and say we should probably get more than that, but Ego.
No, that's
down.
not bad, actually.
You were going to get us killed.
Not necessarily.
Do you often try to re-up negotiate?
Yeah, that's what I do.
It's a bad habit, my friend. Sometimes the price is the price.
That's if you don't try.
Sometimes trying gets you killed.
It's also knowing when to try.
Yes. Read the room, my man.
Yeah. Anyways, Roll, how did it go up at Club Vertigo, man? Did you win anything?
Is either I don't know if he's there.
Roll.
Oh, there you go. Let's go back to the table. We'll need the overlay right now. But yeah, Dar turns to you. How did Club Vertica go? Did you win?
Roll gives Dar a very long stare.
Oh, was it that bad?
Let's just say it was a win and a loss. And leave it at that, all right?
Yeah, we all can't win every time. That's fine. That's fair. All right, so we gonna go fuck up some kids or what?
If we must, I would prefer not to, but if that's the only recourse, let's do it.
Well, as I said, basically, I'm going to attempt to attach this to the building's ventilation system from the outside. It's hopefully going to filter in through the system into the inner workings of the building. The rest of you, I would say, cover the exits. Because they're going to want to be getting out of the building quick. Stun blasters on.
Ego, Guy, and Rawl. Actually, all of you. Give me a lore check.
A lore check?
Yeah. Actually, this is a not wrong. Sorry. You can keep that triumph, but it's not lore. It's Outer Rim.
It's almost no different to me.
Okay. Yeah, you can keep that triumph.
Can I spend a light side token for this?
Why? It's just
Yeah.
it's just a knowledge check. Rawl, not so much, but everyone else does know. Darklands doesn't have power. Therefore, there is no ventilation. That's the name.
Is still there.
There is a ventilation. There is ventilation installed, but because of the entertainment district above Darklands siphons all the power that goes to Darklands, there is no power to power their ventilation system. So you could still put it'll still work, but it's at a slower rate.
That's actually not as much of a problem as you think, because we have 2 droids with us.
Ooh, one of them could act as a power source. Ah, which would probably scare the shit out of these kids.
And I'm going to say that while this conversation has been happening, you probably noticed that Guy is not near you guys. And if you were to like look around for him, a few feet away, you actually can see Guy is like near to one like the entrance of one of the raves, and he's literally like busting some moves next to Gal. Still with the same like completely unfazed face. Like he's completely like just
There's a red-skinned Torgruda dancing next to Guy as they take in his dance style. Man, you're really good. You're a really good dancer, man.
now.
So, you from here? Where are you from?
You know,
Who is this guy? Who invited him? Why is he here? How did this happen?
I really like your flow, man. We should be friends, man.
no, thank you.
Fucking cold, man.
Like this guy's like really trying to get really trying to connect with Guy, and Guy just cannot be bothered.
Thank you for the glow stick, though.
Meanwhile, the rest of you guys are fucking Gal's just twirling in position melodically next to Guy. The rest of you, you have your heading. We're heading down to the Undercity towards the Darklands. You're gonna need light sources because it's dark as shit down there. Which pretty much all of you know. So you're gonna need fusion lanterns. You're gonna need some gear. What's your guys' next course of action?
I have glow rods still.
That'll give you some light. Those only last a couple hours, but a fusion lantern would last you a lot longer, and it could also power your other or recharge your fusion or your glow rods.
Doth
Travis.
B4 have a medical lamp?
Yeah, I'd give B4 a medical lamp. You would need that in field surgery, so yeah, you would have some type of external light sources.
I would like to go and get an extra power pack for
Okay,
redundancy
All right.
for him.
no problem. So you guys do a quick little shopping trip to get some extra supplies for your trek into the Undercity, to the Darklands. It only costs you, for battery packs, about 5 credits per pack. If you're
Like
getting
droid
any,
like a
Yeah.
droid.
then that will be
His power convert.
for a power source for a droid. That's a little more. That's going to be, you're talking about a power pack that usually lasts about at least a year. So that's going to be 50 credits
Okay.
per pack. For fusion lanterns, for glow rods, those are only about 5 to 10 credits. And then blaster pack ammunition, if you guys are buying any, that's going to be 25. No, that's a lie. 100 credits a pack, because those are going to be more expensive than powering a droid, because you're trying
How
to
heavy would you
charge
say these batteries are? The droid power source.
for a droid. I'm going to give that an encumbrance of 5.
Okay. Gonna have to find some place to put that.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that your gas device is also an encumbrance of 5. It's not like massive, but it is a significant size.
I
Most
would say also that like if I were to communicate that they're looking to just like gear up, Guy would most likely have a pretty stacked because container of equipment aboard.
Yeah, I'm a little terrified of that. Yeah.
I know you should be. That's why we keep Guy like a bit of a cartoon character, because like if people were to take a hand of the arsenal that Guy has in his ship, Star Wars.
I was terrified, but I was gonna ask this: what the fuck are you bringing?
So, well, that's the thing is, here's the thing. Guy is tagging along,
Mm-hmm.
but even with Ego's information about what the mission is for them, Guy is a rescue person. So Guy's focus is on the kid was kidnapped. Like everything else, like the putting the fear of the huts and all that stuff, he does not care.
Right.
Him is all about getting the equipment that he needs, that would be equipment that he can carry or that he can transport through Gal, that is going to allow, as per mentioned, since these are kids, like, you know, stunts, restraining, like limiting, or things that will help him execute what he has decided he's going to do pro bono, which is, as per the contract of the pro bono that the lady signed, to retrieve the child that has been taken.
Yeah.
That's it. So what would I bring? I mean, I would need to look into the gear.
I mean, you were just brought to. It was just brought to your attention that there is possible an external source that could be incentivizing these kids, which could be a bigger threat.
Correct.
So, what? I mean, I'm not. We originally designed Guy to be an Acme character, so I'm terrified. But you know what? No. I'm drawing the line. You're not bringing the fucking missile tube.
No, he wouldn't. That wouldn't be the case. I feel
I'm
like
drawing the line up to the missile tube. There's no fucking way.
Stun grenades?
Yeah, if anything, what I would say that Guy would be things like restraints,
Yeah.
stun grenades, potentially like either like, although technically this potentially could pass as what something that Gal would do, because we also haven't designed Gal mechanically speaking.
Right.
But they have learned like the information about like, oh, there may be a bigger threat. I would say that Guy, while they are retrieving like the stun grenades and restraints and mines and all these things that could potentially be helpful during the retrieval without being harmful, they would have Gal potentially from the ship try to access a network of Nar Shaddaa, or this to see if there's anything that Gal could potentially retrieve that could help put together the pieces together of what could be a potential source, the source of the person influencing these kids.
Good. All right. Cool. Okay. You guys get your resources together. You got buy some power packs for your blasters, battery packs for your droids, and your fusion lanterns and glow rods. And you follow Ego's lead down to the Undercity towards the Darklands. As you descend down the turbo lifts, there's a level of unease set into you almost immediately as the turbo lift starts coming to like random sporadic spurts of grinding halts as its power fluctuations affects its descent into the Undercity. You just go. As you're making these very jostling descents towards the lower levels into the Undercity. It's not a pleasant experience riding down this turbo lift, but it gets you down there. And eventually the turbo lift's doors grind open to allow you to exit. And you're able to finally exit this terrifying contraption of death. For the viewers, I really, really hate elevators. As you emerge from the turbo lift, the city itself, the air is heavily polluted. Still somewhat breathable, but as you're as you're entering the Darklands, because of the lack of ventilation, the air is acrid. It burns your sinuses as you breathe in the air. You get a sense that probably you'd be best off with breathing apparatuses to accommodate the burning sensation, or to relieve the burning sensation that you're getting as you're breathing this air in. You enter into the city and you see the denizens here are all living in squalor. The houses are ramshackled. The vendor stalls are engaged in the bartering system, as they don't have much currency to work with. So trade is primarily the main source of exchange down here. Kids running through the street are all adorned in fifth, sixth generation hand-me-downs that are barely held together at the seams. This is a city of squalor.
Bess finds it very difficult walking through this area, seeing people that are destitute, hungry, and knowing like I don't have IVs on me. There's no way I can help them at the moment. The denizens take immediate notice as your guys to your guys' arrival. Bess or Dr. Rutam, you know the typical interaction when it comes to these third world interactions, and these kids begin to immediately rush up to you, to the group of you, asking for trinkets or snacks or something that they can experience from the upper levels, and it's not an easy experience. He puts hands over his pockets. While he's sympathetic, he's not going to get robbed.
Yeah.
Does it look like they're trying to rob us?
Give me there's 6 of them around you. Give me a formidable perception, or not perception, cool check.
Cool check. Jesus Christ.
Better be pretty good.
Before
Yeah, there's too many of them.
you can do.
There's way too many of them. Yeah, this is gonna be a hard thing to pull off. So I'd say it's probably more than just fucking 6 of them. You're swarmed by like a crowd. Guy,
What the fuck?
I don't know how you pulled it off, but yeah, Guy, you get a sense that if you're not careful and you don't pay attention to.
Oh no!
Pay attention to what?
What?
Pay attention to what? Suspense is gonna kill me.
All our stuff is gone. No!
There goes that.
They stole Tarzan's internet too. Damn it.
Damn kids! How dare they? No respect these days. No respect.
No respect. No respect. No cap. Well, that's it. We won Age of Empire, guys.
All right, that's a wrap.
That's a wrap. Well done.
Rawl becomes the all-knowing, all-powerful force.
We now run Nar Shaddaa.
Just runs
Raw, how much does Raw look like Oho? Not at all.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
They are not brothers.
Oh, you're
So I'm the DM now?
Oho is a
Ikani.
Ikani, and then Rawl is a thirst. Which they're 2 species that are similar in nature, but have different core principles and different statures as well.
Think of a polar bear and a black bear.
Yeah,
Oh,
basically.
okay.
Like
With
you
the
know.
Oho being the polar bear.
Okay. No, I was just wondering because Ego never met Raul when the heist was happening.
I
Oh,
will point out though, like correct me if I'm wrong, Raul, but I do believe both Oho and Raul, their body markings that they have may have similarities and also have the similar sort of like color.
Yes. For Raw, he has both of his arms heavily, intricately tattooed with different designs of. So some of them with like symbols in Dathmirian symbolizing like strength and protection kind of thing. Other things like conquest and all that kind of stuff. And then just tribal swirl looking kind of things going on.
Okay.
Bess is blue. And
So is
handsome.
Ego. So is Ego.
The Blue Boy Band.
Oh my god, it's the Blue Man Group.
Though I guess Ego is more like a teal than like a pure blue.
Pure blue. Okay.
Yeah, the tattoos that Oho has, the markings that they have are sort of like cyan in color, which I believe is what also Raul has with their. But I'm not sure. I don't remember.
If I remember right, it was more like closer to like a lavender color, but yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I mean, I feel like with a very, very perceptive. So
I'm
like,
returned. Sorry.
Is
I
it
kicked
him?
my router's fucking plug-in and it disconnected. My bad, guys.
Not a lavender.
What did I miss?
we already finished the mission. Raul used only his fists and took down every single person in Arshada. And
Impressive.
Bess, and
We
Bess
were
is
basically
now
describing
selling-
our characters.
Systematically.
More.
Yeah.
Okay.
So conjured the force and like made a copy of Oho. Okay. And then that ghost force Oho just wrecked everything. So everything's on fire and everybody is screaming. It's great.
Okay, this isn't D&D, but okay.
Come
Okay.
on, if Ray can pull multiple lightsabers out of her ass, okay.
She channeled the Force Ghost through herself.
Sure. We'll go.
Where did I lose you guys?
when you were saying that guy notices, and you said like if you kind of realize, and then that's
What was the context? Shit.
that guy succeeded on
Kids stealing?
on actually spotting the kids, whether or not they're
Oh shit, that's right. Yeah. You realize that if you're not careful, these kids are going to lift something off of you. Because there's so many of them, it's nearly impossible to try and keep track of to try and prevent them from lifting anything. You get a sense that they purposely swarm you guys with this large number of kids in order to try and steal something from you.
I'm going to say, since I noticed that, like one of the first things is Guy sort of gestures and says, Gal. And Gal like immediately as the swarm is coming, Gal try to gets in the middle and like puts their like little like droid little pincer hands out and just starts making like noises like no. And it's just that thing, and this guy is just like, all right, I get it, but how about we do this? And then Guy takes out this like they're basically like provision meals, like basically like portable, like emergency food packs.
Yeah.
Some of them with like chocolate, like sweets.
Yeah.
Goes, you can take this and go your way, or that guy, and it points at Raul. He may feel inclined to eat you. A little unstable. I wouldn't control. I can't control him. So,
I like it. I like it.
You
Give me.
always have food on you.
You know?
Guy is the Tony Stark of this party.
Shawarma?
Give me a. Give me a deception. Yeah, deception check.
Coercion?
Yeah. Coercion is more a duress situation, which I guess could be an argument for duress. Yeah, okay. I'll go for coercion. Coercion, I'll give you a boost die because of Gal's incoherent shrills and burps as a deterrent. I'll give you a boost because you used Rawl as a means of incentivizing them to back off because he might eat them, so on and so forth. So 2 boost die. Let's give it a hard difficulty because there is a lot of them. But yeah, coercion to get them to back off, or they encase around you guys.
Mm.
Ooh.
Is Rawl right there?
What do you mean? You guys are traveling as a party, so what are you trying to do?
I'm trying to see if this is also applies to party. Yes. Kill him with everything you have.
Do it.
So I have this ability called Intimidating. May suffer a number of strain to downgrade difficulty of coercion checks to or upgrade difficulty by an equal number.
So you're trying to downgrade the difficulty.
Correct. Would that apply to other, like, surrounding difficulty? Words.
What's this ability?
Intimidating.
What tree?
Night Sister.
Okay.
But would that apply to another person?
Downgrade difficulty.
Sort of. He did sort of add you into it, so.
Yeah. When targeted by a coercion check by. So you have to be a target of a. You were kind of targeted by a guy. You know what? I'll allow it. So we'll remove that last difficulty die, which brings our difficulty down from 2 threats, 2 failures to just 2 threats. So Guy, you succeed. thanks to Rawl's input. There was a.
They're looking menacing.
Yeah, Rawl. Rawl, how do you contribute to this whole interaction?
So they're all trying to muscle in and get close and like try to intimidate.
There's a moment of pause with Gal kind of shrilling and beeping at them in a manner of warning, and then Guy interjects from Gal, "Don't," and he points to you. He's going to eat you. What do you do?
It almost seems, even though he's a short king, right? It almost seems like he grows in size as he kind of just flexes his muscle and summons his vibro axe to his hand and kind of just like.
Okay.
He keeps it low. It's not like out in the open where everyone can see, but all of a sudden it's just there in his hand.
An axe coalesces into Rawl's hands, and these kids watch in both amazement but terror at the mentioning that this guy's going to eat them, and an axe just coalesces out of fucking thin air, and they all scream and disperse immediately. Yeah, you guys managed to avoid getting robbed upon entering.
While they were next to us, crowding up to us, did any of them go to touch anything on either Bess or the robot?
They weren't able to get close enough, thanks to Guy's interjection and.
As
Damn it. I was going to
As
put a
they're
kid to
running
sleep.
away, as they're running
Just-
away, Raw's gonna take note of the fastest moving one, or no, correction, the slowest moving one, and see if he can like kind of trace where he's going.
Okay. You're trying to see where they're going. All right.
And he's going to. Oh well,
Now the DM has to come up with a story for where
I guess we'll just have to wait and think about it and get back to you after these messages. Shit.
Oh no, you froze again. Oh.
Yeah, he froze big time.
In the meantime, commercials. Have you ever needed a short king to put intimidation into a party of yours? May
No.
we suggest Raw. Raw. For whenever you need to intimidate.
Is Raw short?
Raw's like 5'5".
Damn.
Yeah, he's just yoked as fuck. That's all.
Yeah, Raw. They're basically like very contrasting, like Raw and Oho. Like Oho
I
would be.
Yeah, if Bess is
Slender.
tall or not.
Oho's not that tall though. He's like 5'10".
172.72 centimeters.
Like Oho's like taller and wispy, and he's like a well-trained runner, like well-honed body, and then Raw is just a rock.
Yeah.
Okay, Bess is taller, but not by much. He's 5'6'7".
Okay. Nice.
I don't remember how tall Guy is, but he's probably taller than both of you.
Probably a fucking giant, of course.
No, he's not a giant. I feel like he'd be like he's saying like between 5'9" and 5'11".
Okay.
Just a bunch of short kings on a ship together.
Meanwhile, Guy is standing next to them, just
Leaving planets better than we found them.
Fucking hell. I'm sorry. What is the deal? Get your shit together, Cox. All right. I pay $150 a month for this shit, and they have the audacity to fuck up and cut out on me like this.
You pay $150 a month?
Giga Wi-Fi. I'm paying for that high speed bullshit.
You get your money back, dog.
No kidding. At this fucking rate, shit. Come on now. Okay. You're trying to perceive the slowest moving member of the party of these kids running off. What are you trying to ascertain? Are you just trying to observe the slowest member, or are you trying to gather? What's your intent?
I'm trying to, as the party is moving through, and seeing if he can kind of follow a little bit. Like he's going to not leave the party. He's going to kind of keep him in sight, but he's going to try and see if he can follow which direction that they're heading in.
Well, which way is our direction that we're going? First of all,
So you're heading toward. Yeah, you're going towards the outskirts of Darklands. Your immediate location, there is for sporadic areas of the city that does have some semblance of power. The further in you go into Darklands, the less common it is to see power. You get a sense from the locations that you did spot some source of power. They tend to be some of the more influential or more wealthier of these squalid living individuals. Their homes, albeit still ramshackled, a little more upkept comparatively to the rest of the denizens of this city.
More ram, less shackle.
Yeah, essentially. you move further into the interior. The city grows darker as there's no direct source of light overhead, being a city underneath the city. You are now forced to produce your own source of light to navigate, and this is at this point where you produce your glow rods to navigate the city. By this point, there is no. But by the time you reach this area, there are no kids that are that would have followed your guys' trail. They would have immediately dispersed in that initial area by the turbo lift.
I will say this will make it more obvious so you can notice that Guy is using a glow stick from the rave as well as it's a glow necklace from the rave that now that it's dark, you can actually see it. And you guys are using your rods, and at one point you turn and there's this like green fluorescent glow stick next to you, and it's actually Guy using that.
That makes so much sense.
I think Ego Ego is walking with the party but a little bit like to the side because he has scanner goggles on.
Ooh. Okay.
See in dark conditions as if it's light.
I like it. Okay. You guys are navigating through the dark lands at this point. Let's go ahead. We're looking for the stronghold of. Here's the real kicker. Would you guys have stopped to inquire with the locals to figure out where the Kath Hound Hood gang would have been, primary base of operation would have been? Or would you guys just progress through the city without...
Too much potential for someone to rush off and tell them we're coming.
That's the drawback.
I will say though, as I mentioned earlier, one of the things that would have happened as Guy was retrieving equipment from his ship is that he would have asked Gal to inquire whatever they could get online or through information networks regarding things that could help either with the figuring out or something that could help with who may be influencing the kids, as well as obviously any information. I mean, he would have done his like debrief basically for himself of, okay, so I need to rescue a person from where, from whom, and then whatever information they could have obtained out of that.
Right. Okay. Give me a computers check for Gal. Let's give you. So we don't have an official character sheet for Gal just yet, but I'm going to give you RT or R6. Who's already in your guys' character list. You can use R6 for a stand-in for Gal to do a computers check. We'll call this average difficulty as she connects into the Holo network to try and gather intel on the Undercity.
So we actually can't see anything. Still an adversary to us. R6.
R6? No, she's visible. Just refresh your page.
Okay.
I see.
Nope. Still a
I
rival
see
adversary.
the sheet, but the sheet doesn't have any information for us because I think we're not.
Oh, because I didn't do full. Yeah, I didn't do complete sheet. All right, never mind. I'll run it. No. Yeah, I got it.
Danke.
Computers. Roll is R6, but this is Gal, not R6 rolling. Oh shit! Goddamn, Gal. Okay.
That's my file right there.
That's Gal. That's Gal hard at work. Oh shit. Gal does, as you guys are before. This is preemptively before you guys even descend down into the Undercity to the Darklands. You guys do a quick reconnaissance of the terrain. Gal downloads the schematics of the Undercity, particularly pertaining to the Darklands. So you have a complete map of that'll help you navigate the Darklands. There's nothing per se that indicates exactly where the Cathound Hood Gang operates, as this is relatively a new entity that's emerged. So they don't have like a set base as of yet. But you look up recent crime in the Undercity to help pinpoint. And there's a pattern that kind of bends around the interior of the Darklands that indicates that you're going to want that the Cathound Hood Gang must be operating somewhere in the northeast quadrant.
I will say that most likely, as we were descending on our way down, that's when like Guy would have done the debriefing of this information to the rest of the party. Like he would have potentially, like, you know, we show the data pad, the information, and offer to give them the schematics for them to be able to have at their disposal individually. It would have been the same time where he would have gone, now I understand you have a mission and something about the huts, how dangerous. And you know, I just want you to know my contract is to retrieve the kid that has been taken. Other than that, the other stuff that would be separate. That is not part of the contract, and I am unionized, so it would be beneficial.
Bess is staring at this data pad with all this info, like dumbstruck. Like,
This is the first actual useful thing you've done.
You see,
I'm impressed at the information you've been able to grab.
oh, I am so glad that you are impressed. That is actually what I was after for my own validation. Anyway,
You have it.
it doesn't matter.
I fucking love this character so much.
Anyway, just you have it now on your data pads and your contact information if you need it. So yeah.
At this point, with the revelation of the information that Guy was able to gather preemptively for the party as they entered into Darklands, you guys now have a more concentrated effort as to where you can find these kids. It is at this time that we'll go ahead and take our quick 5-minute break to resituate ourselves, because we're running into well over halfway point. And we'll pick back up where the crew left off, narrowing down the operation base of the Cathound Hood Gang. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys in 5 minutes. Hello and welcome back, all you wonderful Tubi Dicers. We got a lot to get into, so let's go ahead and get right back into it. As the crew has delved deeper into the Darklands, they were successful in isolating the primary base of operations for this Kathhound Hood gang. As at this point in time, we find our party currently posted outside of the perimeter of their stronghold, a ramshackle fort that was put together by various pieces of debris of plasteel, sheets of Alderaanian plank wood. This fort of sorts, I mean, under conventional means, would not stand up against any type of assault, but you get a sense from this design that it's not necessarily meant to be like a last standing point. This is just a place where kids can fucking hang out and feel safe.
Are there any children outside the base?
As you guys are observing this exterior structure, the exterior of the structure, you see guard assignments. You're fairly impressed with the organizational skills of these kids, as they actually have established some type of guard rotation. Granted, it's probably well undermanned for its size. You see let's go ahead and get a perception check from everyone before I give any more information in regards to this stronghold.
While we're doing this perception check as well, I would also like to roll a education check using my known schematic maneuver
Mm-hmm.
to generate a familiarity with the building and a blueprint.
Hmm.
A mental, if you will.
Right. I would give it to you, but this is not a known structure within Darklands. This is a put together stronghold by these kids that was not established by the city or by the planet itself. So there is no blueprint of this structure.
So it's not so much. I'm assuming the way the skill is worded, it's not so much I'm researching or linking into a computer to find a blueprint. It's mostly just based on my knowledge as like how buildings are built. I am observing the building to gain familiarity with it.
Okay, what's this ability?
Known schematic. Once per session, perform the known schematic maneuver. Make a hard knowledge.
That's for Sapper, right?
Yep.
Basically, getting a structural layout
Okay.
in his head.
But
Yeah.
mostly just looking for actual vents in the building for Bess to apply his.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and give me that.
I'll give you the perception, and then I'll give you the knowledge.
Education. No, it's not a perception. It's an education check for you.
All right.
So you're taking in the structure of this facility and utilizing your experience to try and discern any weak points and whatnot. You can still do a perception check, but the difficulty I just rolled is specifically for your ability.
Gotcha. Okay. Let's look at what we got here. Alrighty, I believe that succeeds.
Okay. All right. For the rest of the for the perceptions, you guys all spot only 2 posted guards in this this stronghold. It over its entirety only occupies barely 100 cubic feet. It's not a big stronghold at all. As you observe the guard patrol rotation, these kids have no idea what they're looking for in regards to maintaining security, so they're easily distractible, and don't pay any attention to any skylines or high rises that would have direct observation of this stronghold. Rawl, you're taking in the structure as a whole from your position, and you realize there isn't. This building is completely built by hand by these kids. There has been no installation of ventilation considered in the structural integrity of this facility. But should you get something like a gas bomb inside, there's nothing that will filtrate the gases out of the facility.
How many windows are there?
There is no windows. This is a completely improvised structure. Ego, give me a hard underworld check. Ah.
Okay.
Unfortunately, nothing comes to mind to you. Actually, you roll pretty high on your education check. There's a theory that comes to mind for you, Rawl. You know that this building is completely improvised and it doesn't have any sensible structure to it. But perhaps, maybe, that there could be an underground sewer system that could grant you access to the facility directly underneath. And you can pump the gases that Bess is trying to utilize in from underground.
Right. So, Doctor, we have two options before us here. Option one, we go in guns blazing, throw the canister through the open door, and see what happens. Option two, there seems to be some kind of sewer filtration system. Not sure if it still works. Not sure if there's an access point we can actually get to from here, but it seems doable if we can find the access point.
Problem there. My gas is heavier than air.
So it's
Well,
not to rise.
the air down here isn't the greatest. It's still going to fall before it. What if? Go with me now. Someone takes it up to the roof. You cut a tiny hole for the hose in the roof, and it slowly filtrates down the building.
It's possible.
We could also try a Trojan horse method. Ego, how tall is Ego?
Did I say 6'1" or 6'3"?
Oh, never
It's
mind.
above 6
No.
foot.
No, you're not child size.
No.
Let's see. Could try a Trojan horse method. Could send Gal in and have her just kind of eject it into.
That's mighty bold.
I mean, it's a bunch of kids. What are they gonna do when they see a droid just kind of roll up to them? I mean, they're gonna automatically take it in.
I'm gonna say that from this observation, you guys would take notice to their armaments as well. You spot some force pikes, albeit in decrepit quality. You spot some blasters, some E11s. I believe is what they are. Blaster rifles, specifically. A couple of blaster pistols, a truncheon or two, and a couple of vibro swords. And these kids are moderately armed, but the quality of which is not in the best conditions. They're working with what they can get done.
Raw continues with this point of when these kids see just a lone droid milling about, one that doesn't even speak a language other than binary, they're not going to just destroy it. They're going to take it in, capture it, examine it, see if they can turn it, to their services or sell it for a profit. Possibly, if you're willing to put Gal in that kind of situation, could easily administer the gas that way.
I mean, you got two droids at your disposal. You got Gal and B4.
Or B4, yeah, of course, B4, whichever.
I don't want to put his droid in danger, nor do I want to put mine in danger.
Understandable, of course.
You totally hear Gal be like, almost sounds like it's like I can speak for myself.
Dr. Bess. That's not the right voice. That's fine. Dr. Bess, I will do anything you ask of me. I swear. I promise.
Yeah.
Dr. Bess, I promise. This is not the right voice.
Either it's this one. There we go. Dr. Bess, I swear, if you want me to do it, I can do it. I have no problems. Anything you ask of me, I'll do it. Dr. Bess, you know, I'm your gal.
You still haven't changed out that droid's voice parameters.
Given it time. Listen.
Just give them to me. I'll work my magic on it, and I will give them
Don't
back
touch
to
my
you.
droid. Don't touch my droid.
Just saying.
Bess.
Yes. Eagle.
Dr. Bess is the greatest doctor in all of the galaxy.
Ooh, I'm sure. Dr. Bess. You scaled this gas to take out teenagers?
Yes.
Someone of my height and stature, relatively unaffected, or still woozy?
Well, you'd still be affected. You might not necessarily go to sleep.
I mean, it's 5 gallons of this stuff.
You're still going to feel pretty drunk and sluggish.
Yeah, there. In terms of mechanics, you enter the building while this gas is active. You will be facing 5 points of setback to any ability check.
We should
Time.
take it to the roof and cut a hole, I think.
I also have a breath mask on hand.
I have one as well.
Should we? I mean, we could try that.
Any of y'all?
Well, that's for... It's on a timer. I'm supposed to set it up, come down, and it goes
Right.
off, and then we all go in with the gas. Breath mask. But
Right.
Any of y'all would like to roll perception?
Oh boy, what is Guy doing? Oh no, Guy's already fucking gone.
Guy's doing the thing that I was gonna do.
Go ahead and roll a perception check. This is going to be contested by Guy's Nat and Neat stealth, which isn't too bad. It's disgusting, I'm going to tell you right now, but it's not too bad.
I mean, Ego would notice. I did a roll just to see. Ego would notice, but like Ego, would you be the only one that would notice while you're all discussing what to do? Guy literally just like turned and started walking toward the two kids that are
Ego doesn't even
Right on the
notice.
shit.
Actually, remove that one setback or difficulty. I have to upgrade it. That's my bad. There we go. There you go. So 4 failures, 3 threats, 5 threats. Oh, that's the same thing. What the fuck is that? Oh, I just didn't roll a fucking challenge die. That's why. I'm gonna re-roll. We're gonna re-roll. Formidable with a challenge of 1. There we go. Okay, that's better. Ego, you do notice.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, only you notice.
So anyway, I think we should go up and take it to the roof and cut a hole and.
Yep.
What? What? What?
Oh. That's
Well-
it.
Let's see how this plays out, I suppose.
You guys know. So a question that I would have, Tarzan, the vicinity in which where we currently are standing away from like the entry point of this building, would there be any, based on the map that Gal retrieved, would there be any like points where Gal would be able to potentially like plug in to potentially try to access either any potential like camera or like nearby information?
There's no power.
There's no power, and on top of this is a completely improvised structure.
You have the
You're
voice mod.
still
Proceed.
in
Yeah.
his voice.
Oh shit, my bad. There we go. There's no power, and on top of that is a completely improvised structure. So there's even the interior has no rhyme or reason. This is just basically built off of feels, feng shui.
So, do any of you speak binary? So
Yeah.
you would have a moment where, like, when you guys like notice and acknowledge the fact that Guy is leaving, Gal is still there with you, and then he just has a moment of like, wah, 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 which is basically saying like distraction. It's almost like a ta-da.
And then you see Guy doing what?
Guy is really walking completely casual, nonchalant.
Is there a way to the roof from the outside while I have this distraction?
Let's start. We'll get to that. Let's start with Guy. Guy, what are you doing exactly?
He is walking while snacking
Up to these kids?
toward the kids. Yeah, he would probably
Okay.
wouldn't get like right on their faces right away, but it would be just one of those things that is like just walk as he's like snacking on one of the bars, and it's just that moment of, do you guys like dancing?
You're immediately faced with 2 kids, and Nikto and a Torgruda child. You get a rough age estimate of about 14, 15 from these kids, and the 2 of them look at you and say, "You lost, old man?
I'm not that old.
You're pretty old to us."
Well, that's because you're children.
So what?
I ask if you like dancing.
What does it have to do with the fact that you seem to be a little lost, old man?
All right, I have a question. Are you ready?
What?
Have you not had your chance to expand your vocabulary? Or is old man the only thing that you have learned so far to try to look tough?
All right, fart bucket, let's go. Cough up whatever you got in your pockets.
Huh? That's a funny one. I am laughing.
These kids produce, between the 2 of them, 2 vibro knives. Fork up whatever you got in your pockets.
So I have a question. Do you think
See the stabbing?
between me
Stabbing.
with this food bar and the vibra knives, what do you think is more dangerous?
I think the two of us are pretty dangerous, along with the rest of us inside.
Oh yeah. Well, it depends how many, because I might be able to handle a few of you. I mean, if you don't know how to count, that's okay.
All right, you're starting to get on my nerves, old man.
Oh, that's all right. How about? And then he takes the glow necklace. Here, it's the Garuda gave it to me. They wanted to be my friend. I told them I didn't want to be their friend. They liked my dancing. I was like, obviously, of course you like my dancing. Why wouldn't you like my? I have very good moves, all right. I will show you, but I'm still eating. But you can't like this one. I mean, you can have it, and it's just gonna toss the glow necklace like at their feet as he continues to eat.
Give me give me a charm check. Either your choice, a charm or deception check.
Okay.
Hard difficulty.
Oh Lord.
Two failures, 3 threats to beat.
Oh no.
You throw the glow necklace at the kids, and it impacts into the chest of the Torgruda child, and just falls on the ground. Unfazed, these two kids look at you. Cough up whatever in your pockets now.
Cough up what's in my butt. How can I cough from my pockets? That's just a strange. Grammar is quite confusing sometimes, you know.
Meanwhile, this is going on. What are the rest of you doing while you see Guy just antagonizing these children?
Very much getting up to the.
You got a distraction window. I will give you Dr. Rutam. Because of the improvised structure of this building, you do see that the roof kind of connects to the ground. It's kind of a TP build, if you will. Whether or not it can support body weight on top of it remains to be seen. But you do spot the occasional lookout that does emerge out on the upper levels of this improvised structure. They do seem to be traveling kind of carefully on that upper level. You probably get a sense that they don't necessarily trust the structural integrity of this upper level.
Perfect.
But yeah,
I'm that bitch.
okay. I'm going to need to know Dr. Rutam's height and weight, and how he's going to travel up this structure.
So he weighs 52 kilograms, and he's 5'6".
5'6". I need poundage, man. I'm not British.
Hold on.
Ren probably knows the exact weight, but
14 pounds.
1 kilo. Yeah, 1 kilo is 2.2 pounds. So I was thinking like 110, 112. I was close.
okay.
14.
Damn, that's Dr. Rutam's fucking
Yeah,
light.
He's small boy.
Okay, that's gonna play out in your favor. Because on average, from the kids that you've seen so far, they average between 80 to 100 pounds. You still have to travel pretty precariously, as you scale this structure. But before you get to the structure, we are going to need a stealth check from you. What is Ego and Rawl doing?
Not great stuff.
God. So there's only one exit to this place, or are there multiple ground exits?
Because the kids are in charge of this structure, there is only one entry point and one exit point.
They made a fire trap.
These kids don't know shit about fucking safety or fire code. So there is only one entry point and one exit point in this fucking thing.
Okay. No windows as well. God.
I'll give you this. There are slats or slits in the structure that could potentially act as windows, but they're not that. It's only like 2-3 inches of a gap, and it's sporadic and has no rhyme or reason to the design. It's just they probably ran out of materials, or they thought this would probably be a good spot to have a lookout window.
It's almost like they knew I was coming and wanted to enclose the structure for me.
Yeah, these kids, I'm telling you, these kids had no idea what the fuck they're doing when it came to building a stronghold.
God, we're doing them a favor, actually. I think Ego is going to go around. I'm not sure the direction we're in regards to where Guy is.
So Guy's going to be at the. So you guys were traveling north. The entry point would have been at the southeast quadrant sector of the southeast facing, which is where Guy would have been. So you guys would have been directly south of the structure from the observatory point. Dr. Bess is making his way, from the sounds of it, to the west side of the structure to try and scale it and implement his device, as it would be the most direct and expedient route. So,
Give me that scale check, baby.
yeah, give me. While that's going on, give me an athletics check as you scale the side of the building.
Super good at that. No worries at all.
Average difficulty. As
Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Wow.
With an advantage to spare. With an advantage to spare. Surprisingly enough, the slope of this structure was fairly accommodating for your stature, and yeah, you scale the building no problem.
He sticks close to where those slats are.
I'm gonna say with that advantage, you feel the structure shaking underneath your footing, giving you a sense that if you make any sudden movements or if you do anything drastic, there's a good chance that this structure will fall out from underneath you.
He's just sticking as close to the slat in them as possible. Just if a child pokes head out, Vulcan grip.
Okay. You got your chloroform cloth ready. Rawl and Ego, what are you guys doing?
Is the front door open?
The front door is open with Guy and those two kids currently interacting with each other.
Is there a nearby adjacent building of similar height?
Yeah, there's plenty of structures that actually stand taller than this structure.
Okay, preferably facing the door. Rawl is going to stealth his way up there.
Okay.
And he is going to use an incidental utility belt to produce a previously undocumented item or weapon. He is going to conjure some fireworks.
Okay. Some pyrotechnics. Okay. All right.
You're gonna draw them all out of the building, and my smoke bomb is gonna do nothing.
Well, there's only one entrance. If he aims it at the door, they can't exit.
Okay. What is the intentions of this pyrotechnics that you're producing?
As Rawl watches Dr. Bess produce this tank and is about to connect it and stuff, he gets into position, has the firework trained at the door, and I'm assuming Dr. Bess told how long the timer is going to be. He's going to mentally count down, and as he mentally does that, he's going to fire it at the door.
It could be that being that this is a sort of makeshift place. How combustible is this place? I'm just saying.
That's another thing.
It's
and
a
it's-
fire trap.
That is why firework instead of grenade. Okay, firework. You would need to have something like highly flammable, like gas or something.
No matter how you argue it, pyrotechnics is a flammable source which will ignite the gases produced by the anesthetic tank. It requires a spark which will ignite the gas. So you can do it, but you're turning that gas into a fireball.
Hang on.
Even the smallest firework, those pop rocks that you can throw at the ground, that produces a spark which can potentially ignite a gas source like anesthetics.
So this gas would be mostly ethylene based, which is highly flammable. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Very well.
if you communicate to Dr. Best, he'll be like,
Well,
Yeah, anesthetics are highly flammable. So
I would assume Dr. Best had. Well, there are some that
there would have been some discussion of things to avoid, like shooting blasters into this gas or whatnot, from Dr. Best, as he's highly experienced in the volatile nature of this gas.
Stunning, okay.
Stunning
Blasting, no.
rings also pose a significant risk, as they require a static shock to the nervous system.
is it not just a concussive wave?
It's not a concussive wave. It's a static wave. So it requires an electrical pulse to incapacitate organics. The stun setting of a blaster pistol is a static ring. It's not concussive.
Oh,
Very
there are
interesting.
8 different anesthetics that you could have chosen from that are not flammable.
I had one on hand. That's all I had.
Yeah. So you're basically using an EMP charge to, if you're using the stun setting, you're using an EMP charge to disrupt the synaptic waves of the brain to incapacitate somebody. So there's the chance of setting off a volatile component like anesthetic gas is lower with the stun setting, but it's not zero. So we can still pull it off. I will roll a percentile to determine whether or not that doesn't set off the gas.
If we kill the children, we don't get paid. So let's keep this in mind.
That's a good point.
Rawl's just gonna sit on top of this building and watch this unfold. He's just gonna think about the events that happened earlier.
So
And
this
then-
conversation would have taken place before everything started unfolding. So yes.
Because Raw's just looking over the situation, and he's just like he's observing all of this. He's like, "This is stupid. Why am I?" He's just
Dr. Best is like, please do not shoot anything into this fucking gas. It will kill everybody.
He just can't do anything, so he's just gonna sit here. Then just
I want to incapacitate them all, and then we can fucking move in. It's a good it's a solid strategy. Just don't. But you gotta rely solely on Dr. Best to incapacitate these kids.
So, how's it going? Have I set up the device? Am I?
That depends on everybody else's contributions. Is anybody else doing anything that could compromise Dr. Best's plans?
All Ego is doing is going around the side of the building opposite the way that Dr. Bess went. And
Okay.
I'm just like,
So you're going to be on the east side.
Yes.
Okay.
I just want to be on the east side of the building, kind of close to the one of the slats, so I can kind of see progress.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let's do it. So you're not. Are you closing the distance to peer through the slats, or are you going to try and peer through the slats from a distance?
What's the difference?
The difficulty.
I'll try to peer through from a distance because this gas is gonna be falling and probably leaking through the slats. And I'm
That's also a good point. Yeah.
a solid point.
That's definitely a good point. This will be a hard perception check as Dr. Best, you begin to initiate the deployment of this sedative. Are you doing a delayed response, or are you doing it immediately?
5 minutes, and I go down the side of the building again.
Okay. You've initiated the sequence and descend the building carefully. Give me a average athletics check one more time,
Oh, no.
just to see if you don't fuck it up.
this roll is going on. Raw will do something. I will utilize the utility belt incidental and produce some infrared goggles.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'm going to sit and observe. And as the gas deploys, I'm going to see and look. Like, okay, is everyone down?
Okay.
Put on the
Zero
breath mask.
zero failures, one threat to beat for your athletics,
3 success.
and you succeed with 3 successes. Wow. Okay. You get a now that you've been on top of this structure for a minute, and you've implemented your device. You understand the support structure of this building at this point, and how to safely navigate down it without causing the facility to fall in on itself.
Like a spider, I remember which parts are sticky.
Yeah. So you managed to scale down the side of the building to disembark the structure, and the device is now active and currently engaged in its countdown timer. Ego, you did your perception check. It's a hard difficulty to observe through the slats from a distance. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. You get a clear. Surprisingly enough, the slats, albeit the kids thought that the spacing was enough to conceal the interior of the building. It wasn't. You can see clearly into the interior with the amount of slats.
Are not architects.
They're not. They don't know. They don't know any fucking better. They probably built this thing when there was plenty of light around and couldn't see into the interior because it was darker inside. And thought that's good enough, you know. But you, from the outside, are like, oh, these kids really got to work on their structural security.
I don't. These children should not do this anymore.
So you can see into the interior. From your side of the building, you also spotted Dr. Best implementing his device at the top. You lose sight of him as he begins to scale down on the opposite side. This structure is only, by the standard code, is only a story and a half. But because these kids are so fucking small, it feels like 2 stories to them. So this building's only a story and a half. It's not that big. Dr. Best implements the device and scales down the side. Rawl, you pull out these thermal scanners.
Out ventilation, size of building, proper dissemination of gas will take approximately 8 minutes, 5 minutes.
30 minutes for
10 minutes,
inhalation.
wait.
Yeah. 3 minutes of inhalation to begin affecting the organic system. You get a sense that your calculations are fairly accurate to deal with the size of this entity. The only external source of threat is the kids that are on the exterior of this structure, which by this point, Guy, they have begun to get a little more confrontational at this point.
Me and Ego are now like peeling up to along the sides of the building, just kind of like peering out at Guy and the kids.
Guy, you are currently standing no more than 2 feet away from these 2 children. I need to roll a discipline check for these guys real quick. 1 second.
How
Can I-
far
can
are they
I-
from me?
Can I do something prior to see if that delays this discipline check?
What's your charm?
What's my charm? I mean, how you've seen Guy's incredible social skills.
Hold on. Let me take a look. 1 second. Oh, that's a daunting. Okay, got it. That's a daunting difficulty. Or actually, let's go with deception because you're trying to distract them. So we'll go with average. You're trying to contribute to that. What would you like to do to try and distract these kids?
Actually, since they actually told me about my pockets, what happens next is, all right. There's different ways to ask. If I have an extra, and Guy reaches for his into the pocket and produces a couple of other bars, and then just sort of like presents it in front of them. As it just goes, no, I know, I understand. Probably you both are not going to come get him because it would be safe. So one of you is going to come and the other one's going to stay away. But if you're hungry, you can just take them. I'm just making conversation, like it's a weird place, this place.
Okay.
So I'm
I'll give
sort of
you.
presenting that.
Okay, I'll give you a setback die to their discipline check. With that contribution to their discipline. So it's an average difficulty with a setback. Is there anything else, or is that all you can do for the moment?
I mean, currently that's basically what I have
Okay.
presented. There is a set of events that would happen if and when they were to approach for that to grab those bars.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go with their discipline check. This is going to decide the events of what happens going forward.
It's just the 2 outside.
Just the 2 so far.
They're focused very much on Guy.
Yeah, but with that discipline check, the Torgruda child, who's maintained a position further away from you, turns back towards the stronghold. Hey, we got some old fucker out here trying to distract us.
How far is that Togruta child from me?
I'd give it about 20 feet, maybe a little bit more, 20 to 30 feet.
What is that in terms of a range band?
Short. So we're working from engaged to short to medium. You're currently at short right now.
So, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
When the Togruta child is doing this at this point in time, where would the other kid be?
Who was the other kid I said? Torgruta and a
Nikto.
Nikto. There we go. Nikto. The Nikto at this point has closed in to try and observe the item that you had produced. So he's at engaged range with you right now.
All right. Let me see if I get this correct. Can the kid roll? Basically, they would need to roll a skullduggery.
Okay.
Versus against my stealth. And technically speaking, the bars, the food bars, are meant to potentially make that roll harder for them, provided he's assuming, maybe they're hungry or maybe this is the kind of food.
All right. How many ability and how many proficiency die do you have in stealth?
For stealth, I just have 6 ability die.
6. Okay, so that's a formidable difficulty with a challenge of 1. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, got it. And he's doing a skullduggery check with that difficulty. All right. Is there anything else that you would like to implement to make this harder for this kid?
I would potentially be trying. So basically, guy would be looking at them intently.
Mm-hmm.
So make it so that their eyes are like the bars are there in front of them, but a lot of the attention would potentially be on Guy's eye, as Guy has in the periphery the Togruta child in measure.
Okay. All right. You watch as the Nikto individual approaches and inspects the item. You watch and you observe the Togruta child call back into the stronghold, bringing to the group's attention that there is somebody on the exterior perimeter of the stronghold. The kid does the skullduggery check and fails with 4 advantages.
Okay. Basically, Guy has a Model 31 palm stunner in his hand. Which basically, since the kid was approaching for the chocolate, if they failed the skullduggery and they are unaware that the palm device is there, once I make contact, because they didn't notice it, they automatically take 12 strain. And if that is correct, and if that is above their strain level, I believe that they are considered stunned. And
Bess was
because-
also at that time
these are
stealthing up behind the other one.
These are kids. Their threshold is 3.
So if that happened the case, because Guy also is a gunslinger, Guy has the quick draw, which means that he can draw a weapon as an incidental, not taking an action. So ideally, what I'm visualizing the way that this all would happen is, as this kid is approaching and he's distracting them with the bar, and the kid doesn't notice it, he would make contact, stun it, draw the weapon to the other one, and aim it at them to base with, and then like once that kid is down, the other one is by themselves, and it just make that sort of like clear, quiet thing of, if you're saying that I do not get to stop him before he speaks, to sort of potentially like change his mind or like say something else.
I would say this would be taking place as he's calling out. So the choice is yours. You could take this kid out as well with the amount of damage that you just put out, strain wise, you're incapacitating both these kids. But this kid is definitely getting out his warning.
Well, technically speaking, the item that causes that is in the palm of my hand. So the other kid is not. I believe the other kid was not within like that close range.
Well, I'm incorporating your blaster pistol into the factor.
So yeah, if that is the case, then yeah.
So
That would,
okay,
it would be like an immediate sort of like 1-2. It would be like the kid doing like the one, and as the other kid's saying the sentence, the blaster comes up, and then the other kid is down.
yeah. So you wait for the opportune moment as the kid makes contact with your hand to try and take whatever this item that you produced out of your grasp. You initiate the shock that envelops this child, and this kid just convulses violently and falls unconscious on the ground. And in the same fluid motion, you draw your blaster pistol in the stun setting and fire off a volley, and the kid falls unconscious after he calls out, "Hey, there's an old guy out here!" And that's all he's able to get out. And yeah, it's just you now standing over these two unconscious kids. At this point, let's say 3 minutes has passed since Dr. Bess has initiated the timer. Rawl, you still observe this going down with your thermal imagery. You watch as several individuals on the interior look around with a level of excitement, as if they were as if something has been brought to their attention, and begin to get up and start making their way towards the exterior.
Bess is going to stand on the doorway and be ready for someone to come out.
Can I count how many are inside?
Give me a hard perception check with your thermal vision. Let's see if you can get an accurate count.
Hard perception. With the goggles, I get a boost die.
That's 3 failures, 1 threat to beat.
And I remove any setbacks.
I already calculated that into the difficulty.
Okay, I'll take those off then.
I'll say, even though you failed, you do get some. Stop. You get a couple numbers. I'm going to give you spot at least 5 or 6 in the area that you're able to observe. There's too much There's too many layers of either plasteel / plywood in between to give you an accurate count. There is a muddled sense of heat signatures in sporadically throughout this structure, but you're able to accurately count at least 5 or 6. That being said, you spot at least 4 of those 5 or 6 individuals making their way towards the front door. And it's at this point that Dr. Bess interjects himself.
He's kind of looking at Guy and being like,
The palm thing was very cool.
And you just see him just like raise raise one of his bars again. 2.
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Rawl is going to give a short communique to Dr. Bess. Dr. Bess, there are several individuals.
Yes.
There are several individuals headed your way. Please stand by to waylay them if you want this plan to work.
Yes, very much so. Guy, can you take the 2 boys and stack them here at the door? Just put their
at this
bodies right
point,
here.
at this point we are rolling initiative. as these 4 kids start making their way towards the front door.
Initiative is
You guys can roll with either your choice, vigilance or cool. Cool is primarily used for in preparation. Vigilance is used as a reactionary. The kids will be using their vigilance as they are reacting to the external activity that's taking place.
okay. Oh, not bad actually.
Dear God.
Holy shit. And then we got Dar. Let me roll his real quick. 1 second.
Got
Wait.
myself a triumphed.
Wait, Guy, what is that other symbol for?
I am
That's
glad. I am
Automatic
glad- yeah,
success.
that is from the gunslinger ability, rapid reaction. I add an equal number of that explosive to initiative checks, and I take a strain equal to the rapid reaction. So I'm taking
I-
1 from the strain.
I got that
think
too. I've never used that.
So that's an automatic success
I
to a
think
check.
Roll didn't. I think Roll didn't add himself to initiative, but he rolled
I
the
did.
same as us. So
I clicked initiative.
we all have the same. So there's 4 of us in front of the NPCs.
2, 3. Yeah, I just didn't. I rolled for Dar. There we go. Now he's a PC. So okay. Starting off at the top. I mean, we got 4 fucking player characters.
No, that would make 5 with Dar. So there's still 4 in front of him.
Yeah, and I had 5 advantages. Or no, sorry, I had 2 advantages. Hang on, I'm still up
3,
there.
2.
Yeah, I'm up there.
3, 2. Yeah, 3, 2 is there. We got 3, 2 again, and then 2, 3. So who am I missing? 2, 3 is it? 4, 3 or 4, 2. I'm missing Guy. There we go. There you go.
There you go.
3,
Yeah.
5.
No, Guy was there. That's wrong.
But it's
So
it's still correct now because there's 2.
Guy, Rawl, Dar,
Yeah,
Bess, Ego. Yeah, there's 5. Okay, yeah, we're good. Either way, you guys all beat the kids in initiative.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, these kids aren't getting anything off this round. There's no fucking way. Okay. Starting off at the top of the initiative, who would like to go first, and how are we preventing them from exiting the interior of the facility?
If I may, since Bess gave me directions, I think Guy has that moment where like he gets the direction about moving the kids to the door, and he goes. So I don't know, physically speaking, if I'm able to hold, grab, at least grab or drag these 2 kids toward the door.
Mhm.
Able to pick them up? Would I be able to?
Yeah, no problem. They approximately weigh together 1 standard human size, which is something you've trained for on a regular basis. So, yeah, you can carry these 2, no problem.
So I think what's going to happen is Guy is going to basically reach for the close one, pick them up, go to the second one, grab the other one, pick them up, moves to the door, and then throws, basically shoves slightly one of the kids so it goes past the door inside to where the rest of them are.
Just shove
And
it.
the second one lifts them in front at the door in front of all the kids that are coming and says, if you want to end up like these 2, you will come outside. Otherwise, I would suggest you to stay put and think about what's about to happen next. Because if you come outside, it may get a little more complicated. And I mean that. And then he just drops the other one. And did you see him, for effect, did you see him sort of move his jacket to the side, and his hands basically hover over his 2 blaster rifles as a like try.
I like it. I like it. Give me for your action. Give me a. There's no intimidation.
Coercion.
Yeah, give me a coercion check.
Do I get anything boost or anything?
I'll give you a boost die for the thrown body, and I'll give you a boost die for the body that you're still holding up. So Leon, this is against their cool, so average difficulty. No, this will be against their discipline, not cool. Average hard difficulty.
5 successes, 2 advantages.
2 failures, 3 threats. You present this, and the 4 kids that were on their way out to the exterior with blast rifles in hand, at least 3 of them with blast rifles in hand. 1 of them had a truncheon. All 4 of them stopped in their tracks. You haven't fully revealed yourself, but you're talking from the threshold of the doorway with the kid suspended in your arm. One of them speaks. It's not their turn. We'll get to that. Who's next?
Bess will just sidle up alongside Guy and say,
I'd listen to the man.
Okay. That
Staying in there is much more healthy for you, trust me. We have people on rooftops out here. One of you starts running, I can guarantee your safety.
okay.
Not,
All right.
not nickname.
technically nothing I said was a lie. So
That'll help. That'll help the situation, which incorporates with Guy's coercion check, or as is. You can go ahead and roll a supplementary boost die to contribute to Guy's coercion check. Okay, so it's 3 successes.
and he's just gonna drag his coat to the
What?
side
Okay,
and grab his blaster pistol out of the holster and
all right,
hold it down to the side.
got it. Next up,
How
Dog.
far is the rooftop that Rawl is sitting on to the door?
you're sitting at medium range. For direct line of sight on the door itself, yeah, you're sitting at medium range.
Being that I'm at a higher vantage point and gravity exists, if I shoot my slug thrower pistol and I'm just trying to hit the door frame, would I be able to hit it?
What's the range on the slug thrower pistol?
It's short.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, because I've been running combat wrong this whole fucking time, I'm sticking to the rules that we were supposed to be playing with. Your pistol cannot reach further than short range. Mainly due to the fact that each planet has its own different gravitational field. So the slug thrower pistol cannot fire further than short range.
I'm really
I mean-
having difficulty grasping the mechanics of this, but okay.
What mechanics? We're talking about range bands here.
Yeah, I know mechanics of the game because I mean, I don't know. It's fun.
You got other weapons. I know you have other weapons at your fucking disposal.
Not ones that I can sneak through the city. Unless you want me to do a retroactive sleight of hand check.
You're a rush guy. You don't need to hide weapons.
What? That was a voice change and a half.
Oh shit.
That's when the voice mod has a hoarse throat. Like,
You're on Narshada. There's no real need to hide weapons. This is a criminal planet.
Okay, I guess.
I mean, walking through with a gas bomb the size of a fucking keg, that's probably a little questionable. But walking around with fucking blaster pistols and rifles, pretty common.
Well, okay. He's going to pull out the heavy repeating blaster rifle, take a pot shot at the door frame.
Okay, I'll take that. That's long range. Go ahead and take a you're at medium range, so that's. Let me take a look at my range bands again. 1 second. Range bands, baby. Combat range bands difficulty. For a long range weapon, you are looking at 2 difficulty. So average difficulty for a long range weapon.
Cool.
I'm going to give you a setback die because you have 2 friendlies standing in front of that same doorway. So there's a chance that you could possibly hit them, which I hope you do, because that'd be funny as fuck.
Well, in that case, now I gotta use one.
3 failures.
I'm going to utilize my triumph in efforts to cancel out and not at least not hit one of my comrades. May not.
I mean, you don't have to use a triumph. It just doesn't impact the intended target area.
Okay.
Instead, it just impacts in the sidewall a couple feet away from the door frame.
Okay.
It's still going to make a sound. It's just not going to have the intended effect that you were looking for.
There's a sound that comes out of the mouth of Bess at this point. It's kind of a.
Yeah, you Dr. Bess, you watch as a large blaster bolt just impacts into the side of the building, only a couple feet away from you guys. It does catch you by surprise for a moment.
guy behind the cover just kind of like slowly turns toward Bess, like,
Sorry, it startled me.
All right. That'll end Rawl's turn. We have Dar and Ego who would like to go.
the person who's here.
Yeah, I'll go. So I'm gonna use influence. I'm just gonna continue to look through my little slot.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll a force die.
You can roll up to your force rating. So you have 2 force dies. You can roll up to 2 if you would like to.
Sure, I'll roll both of them. Why not? Okay.
And you're using influence. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm going to spend one of those to increase the range band.
Okay. You need 1 to activate the ability, and you only generated one force point. So you won't be able to extend the range, but you can activate the ability itself. So that's how force points work. So to increase the range, you need to generate the number of points available to the range that you have available to you. So influence works at a. Let's see. Does it say the range in it innately? Special rule when guiding, shaping thoughts, generate rage,
Only
fear, or
if I'm
hatred.
Stressing someone, which I'm not trying to stress them.
Yeah. The character may spend blank a force point to stress the mind of one living target he's engaged with.
Yeah.
So we can account this as engaged range. You're just on the exterior of the building, so you could still do this. So
Okay.
you just won't be able to increase the range or implement any control or magnitude. So you're able to affect one individual child within the interior of this structure. What would you like to have? How would you like to have them react? You can induce fear, rage, or hatred.
I'm looking for, because there was a list that Krell gave us of faces. I'm looking for one of those faces.
Ooh. Ooh. Give me a perception check. Hard difficulty.
Moo.
Identify the singular target. 1 failure, 3 threats to beat. Okay. You spot in the common area as these kids are gathered around. They seem to be centralized in a circle around one particular child.
Mhm.
This child stands about 4'9". Brown hair, shaggy, in its upkeep. Wearing what appears to be a makeshift body armor of sorts, cobbled together with sheet metal and in cable ties of sorts. The kid has an air of confidence about him as he's addressing his crew, but as the rest of your crew begins to initiate contact with these kids, you watch this individual, this human boy, remain calm and start giving out directions. He calls out to the 4 kids that started walking towards the door. He called out to them initially and directed them to go check it out. By this point, you watch as a body is thrown in through the threshold of the door, and another body being held suspended in air by a hand as Guy begins to initiate contact. The kids all react accordingly, blasters raised at the ready. This human boy begins to take a couple steps back towards the northern quadrant of the building. And as Dr. Best starts calling out to them, remain in place, as we can't guarantee your safety if you should leave. You watch as that child begins to make his way towards the exterior wall to the north. You have a chance to influence him before he does anything outside your control.
I want him to be afraid.
Okay.
That was the most chilling thing anyone's ever said.
I want him to fear me.
Behind the scenes, what the crew doesn't see is this kid is making his way towards his missile tube that he has waiting in his chambers. But what the players see, or what Ego sees, as he begins to reach out and influence the mind of this child, the kid pauses in his tracks and turns to a seam in the wall of this structure. He turns to his comrades and instructs them to hold them off. And he begins to kick out the paneling along that seam. He begins to emerge into the exterior of the stronghold on the north quadrant.
I want to move around to that side.
All right. You can move one range band, which will put you from engaged to short range from this individual, who you know by the name of Ren, from the dossiers that were provided to you, as he begins to emerge from the exterior and begins to run out into the city, into Darklands.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, the rest of you, or Dar, at this point, Dar would have maintained position with Ego, as he is. He's more of an adaptive individual when it comes to situations like this. So he saw that we already had 3 people overseeing the front door. There's no need to have a 4th one, so he provides support to Ego. Seeing Ego reach out, or seeing Ego maintain eye contact with this kid that just emerged out from the exterior of the building, start running out into the city. He too will, instead of using his actions to do anything, he will burn his action to maneuver twice and chase down this kid, moving from engaged to short range to engaged range. Doesn't currently have contact with this kid in direct immediately, but he is currently the closest out of the 2 of you. That'll end it.
Sure.
Say again?
No, that was me, the player, going, snatch his ass.
That might be his intent. That being said, the rest of the crew begins to react to all the information that's been presented to them so far. Their leader instructing them to hold down the stronghold. Meanwhile, the threats at the door, the only point of entry to this building, is telling them to stay in place or they'll get hurt. They failed their discipline check, so they are going to they're all going to scatter. All at once. What you're now gathering is around 13 children begin to start kicking out paneling and trying to escape from the building. You get a sense that you can't catch all of them.
Gas?
By this point, you're at minute 1. You had this on a it would have started
like a solid 3 minutes to go down the side of the building, 2
Yeah.
to get around to the front. That whole
By this point-
conversation.
by this point, it has started dispersing. The gases would have, comparatively to the air itself here is heavier. So it would descend slower because of its light nature. There's a chance that you could catch a couple of these kids with it, but a lot of them are escaping out the side of the building, out these makeshift emergency exits that they create. I'm going to have them roll
is heavier than normal air, but the air here is very heavy, so
Yeah, it's combating with the heavy nature of the air here as is. This is a hard. What's the skill that they have to? I believe it's fucking not resilience. It's a hard. You scaled it up, so it's going to be harder than hard. It's going to be a. These kids don't have much resilience. Let's give it a daunting difficulty. I'm going to cash in a token to help them out. And then I'm going to give them a boost die because of their numbers to help them try and escape. I don't want them all getting captured, but I don't want to make it easy for them. Let's see. Fuck! None of them made. Well, what? With that one, only one kid manages to make it out before the gas begins to descend upon them.
If I use my triumph, though.
Fuck you, you motherfucker. All right, god damn it. In conjunction with the heavy nature of the air here in this sector, it actually makes the gas fall faster, descend faster. Because of these kids being young and life and frame, the effects of the gas takes over them almost instantaneously, and you watch as one after the other, they all fall unconscious. They all only have a threshold of 3 when it comes to strain. They're all getting knocked out. All 13 minus Ren, who had made it out to the exterior by this point.
Best kind of taps Guy and holds up his gas mask and puts it over his face.
Do you have one of these?
I'm going to, yes. I mean, if Guy, who literally extracts people from various dangerous places, doesn't have a gas mask, he should be fired.
Very good. Very good.
That will be against Guy OSHA regulations.
We'll end initiative at this point as you guys have effectively taken out all 13 kids inside the stronghold.
Is out of sight from my vantage point?
You do not have line of sight on Ego and Dar chasing down Ren at this time. It is at this point Dar does call out over his comms. In pursuit of one military male heading north into Darktown. In pursuit with Ego. Over.
Copy that. Rest of the children are anesthetized. We are tying them up now. We'll bring them to the outside of the building, catch yours, and bring him back.
Okay, we are now in a chase sequence with Ego and Dar. I'm gonna have Ego head this because I don't want to give you any fucking more advantages than you've already been afforded. Ego, give me an athletics check against this kid's innate ability, which is only an easy difficulty, so I don't have much hope for this kid. You can add a boost die because you have, or actually, you can upgrade your ability die because you have Dar helping you. So just roll one more proficiency die.
Same roll.
Okay. Easy enough. This kid immediately begins to run into the interior of Darklands. You and Dar begin pursuit as you've influenced this individual to try and make to the exterior so you guys could isolate him and interrogate him. Between the two of you, you guys chase him down almost effortlessly, and you tackle him to the ground. This kid, strong despite his stature, he puts up a decent fight, but between the two of you, he can't. There's no fighting. Let me go. I didn't do nothing. You got nothing on me. I didn't do anything wrong.
Hey. Calm down. And Ego's gonna pretend to be a bit more winded than he is. But
That's,
it's like,
that's right.
look,
Mm,
we're not. You
Tarzan voice changer.
is that voice change?
yep, I have my hands resting on my fucking phone like an idiot.
There we go. There we go. Sorry.
It's fine. Listen, we're not gonna hurt you. We just want.
That's right, old man. You ain't doing shit. Let me go.
I'm not old anyway.
Look at that fucking gut. You're gonna tell me you're not old? Fuck you.
Excuse me. Anyway.
I'm gonna seduce your mom now. If you had one.
Oh my god. I'm gonna smile at him. And can I take the disarming smile action
Ooh.
to make an opposed charm check to lower his defense by 1?
Ooh. Okay. Let me take a look at your charm. Okay. Oh. Fuck. Oh shit.
Get out. Get out.
That's a formidable. Okay, that's a formidable difficulty for this kid.
Get out.
There's no fucking way he's fighting this. So let's see. Charm against a formidable 3 challenges. Let's see. How many boost die did you have?
In
Get
my
out.
charm?
For your charm check, how many boost die did you have?
I have 1 boost die.
Okay, so I'm gonna give him a setback, 3 challenges, and a formidable difficulty. All right, let's see how he does. Yeah, I mean, surprisingly enough, not that bad. But yeah, this kid, he's trying to put up a fight, but you start trying to appeal to his better nature, and you watch as his defenses begin to diffuse a little bit. What do you want? Why you harassing us? We ain't did nothing to you.
That's such a loaded sentence. Anyway, what I'm here for is 2 things. 2 things. And then I'll let you up off the ground.
What the fuck do you want?
1. There's a kid that was taken from a woman today. Was it today?
Yes.
It was today. Where is he?
I don't know anything about no kid.
You're making this harder for yourself. I'm being nice right now.
Oh,
Be civil.
with that, give me a coercion check.
Coercion. Oh, I have a thing. Wait. What is it? I need to remember. I just read it.
That's still the same.
Well, I can spend advantages. I get to get successes. Okay. Ba. Oh,
Ba-ba-ba-ba. It's an average difficulty. I'm creating the difficulty to a challenge with a destiny token. Oh shit! Finally, I get a despair.
oh, is that despair? Okay, let's see.
Okay, you have 1 failure, 1 despair to contend with.
3 successes.
Yeah. In your face.
I'm I'm gonna save that despair. I'm saving that despair. I'm gonna be cashing that in later. Let me put that in my fucking notes real quick.
Wait, you're saving despair for another session? Hang on now.
Hey, listen.
I'm keeping my
GMs
triumph then.
GMs get to save despairs. You don't get to save triumphs. That's actually a lie. Granted, it's still the same session. It just doesn't happen immediately.
For much longer, I'm getting tired.
Right. We're gonna be wrapping up soon, but oh shit, I just deleted something. I didn't mean to do that. It's fine. You know what? All right. You know what? Yeah. What about the kid? What do you want? He's not here.
Where is he?
Dead town.
The mausoleum?
Yeah.
Great.
We were told to drop him off there.
How long ago?
Couple hours.
Told.
And who told you to do that?
I don't know.
Cut this fucking kid, man.
Who told you?
I believe his name was what was his name?
I'll just say
Oh, yeah.
dumbass shit.
I don't know was his name.
At this point, Rawl probably would have already come down from the building after the battle had gone over.
Yeah, by this point, you guys, you've consolidated at this point. This kid is very, very antagonistic. Stands about 5'4", short, shaggy brown hair, green eyes. Kind of an athletic build for his stature, but yeah, this kid is very much antagonistic to Ego.
Okay. Rawl wouldn't have immediately revealed himself. He would have stealthed up behind the kid in the event that he tried to escape. So, can I retroactively roll a stealth check?
Go ahead.
Boop, boop. Well, that's not fucking good now, is it?
It's not terrible.
This is going to be against his perception. Okay.
His perception is shit. You're fine.
Yeah.
Nope.
It's
Nope.
so much shit.
Nope.
So much shit. Can I spend a light point to change that ability die to proficiency 1?
If you want to.
Oh, I mean, the session's almost over, so might as well. 2 success. Okay, well.
So yeah, you still fail.
Yep. That's okay. That's fine. I don't have to stealth. It will just make the effect that much more appealing. He's seemingly coming from a nearby wall, just kind of materializing, but he notices him. Regardless, Rawl just strides up behind him, and instantly the vibro axe is in his hand, and he just kind of comes up behind him, and the axe, he's like right behind him, and the axe is kind of just in his peripheral vision. If you don't give us what we want, there are a number of things that I can do to you to make you talk. And
Rawl, let's not be too hasty now. Just playing up his side of.
Are we all together again?
Yes, at this point, you guys have consolidated. The kids in the stronghold have been sufficiently incapacitated.
I will say, to add, as Ego says, let's not be too hasty. Guy goes, oh no, don't worry. Raul takes their time.
It's at this point that you guys all watch as you've interacted with this kid. A flashing light in his right hand.
Roll
Calm.
takes the object, observes it for a moment to ascertain what exactly it is,
It seems to be an emergency beacon.
crushes the beacon.
With the 2 despairs that he just generated with this fucking check. Motherfucker. You get a sense that he just alerted whoever his contact was that you're trying to find out about, that you guys are looking into them. As you observe this device, it does have a microphone to capture audio. You destroy it.
Yep. I mean, it's better than having it there. So, yep.
Hey, DM,
Yes.
what's he thinking?
Oh, you motherfucker! Roll me a force. Roll me a force check. Roll me a force check.
I'm gonna also do that.
Go ahead.
I'm kidding.
Go ahead, both of you. Roll me a force check. Generate some force points. See if you guys can peer into this kid's mind.
As that's happening,
Oh,
Bess
you
walks up
got me.
and says, "Listen,
Hey, now.
I understand.
Oh, it's pretty dark right now. Just saying.
Oh my
He
God.
he has what's it called? That one little
2 points of corruption so
yeah.
far.
Mm-hmm.
What were you saying, Bess?
I was going to say, listen, I understand. You're clearly the leader of the group. That's why you couldn't afford to be captured. You have to save face. The
I don't know what
grown-ups
you're talking
won't
about.
let you do work for them anymore if you give them up. But here's the thing. If you want to live to make it to adulthood,
I was just gonna torture him.
you will tell us what you know. And son, much like these 3, 4, I don't bluff.
Yeah, we'll just sell you to the Empire. See how long you last there.
How do you know I'm not the Empire?
No, that was Dar telling the kid.
Oh, cool.
Sorry, should have specified. Yeah, Dar interjects. Yeah, we'll just sell you to the Empire, kid. They're always looking to indoctrinate kids.
Indeed, they are.
You'll be the next stormtrooper, unable to hit a goddamn thing with your rifle.
When Dar made that comment, Raul kind of flicks his gaze over to him, like that's a step too far.
But it's so on character for that fucking guy. Go ahead and what's this gonna be? This is gonna be another coercion check.
Can I add something before to potentially enhance the situation?
Okay.
Guy, all of these people are being super like dramatic and intense and like intimidating. Guy literally just is. I'm assuming this kid's on the ground, like restrained on the ground or something.
At this point, you guys have him propped up. He's on his feet. Dar's got him in a secured reverse Nelson. Not a reverse Nelson. He has him detained with his hands behind his back. And it's just, yeah. So you guys have him sufficiently detained at this point.
Guy sort of like drags a little seat and like just sits next to him, super chill, and just goes,
You know what? This would be good. That's a good point. We'd be in the interior of the stronghold because having this discussion out in the open is probably not the most ideal.
Correct.
And you know, the added perspective of all of your friends currently unconscious all around you would probably put another level of fear into this kid.
So Guy has a moment where he just goes, "Would you like one?" Showing one of the food bars.
Oh no, I'm fucking vegan, or whatever that is.
Are you sure you don't want something for your last meal, though? Maybe you don't understand me. I mean, they may be talking about selling you to the Empire, but you see, the thing about me, I take care of doing a lot of very peculiar things, and based on that thing that you were wearing, that the scary guy that eats people sometimes broke. As the doc said, you know, you were not allowed. You shouldn't have gotten caught because you were the leader. But he kind of gestures like what you did. And based on the things that I do for my line of work, it is pretty much the answer that if you are working with that kind of people and you do get caught, you are no longer an asset. You are what it's called the liability. Do you know what liability is? It doesn't matter. I can tell you. Liability basically means that you are no longer useful. You actually are more of a danger, because if anybody else were to get their hands on you and they were trying to extract the information, then that means that you would be a risk to their business, which means that you are basically a risk right now. So the way that this would work is that basically once your friends come here, they're not coming here to rescue you. I would know because that's something that I do for a living. So that's why I just figured I could offer you something to eat before your friends come here and take care of you. And then he just literally moves the bar and just places like right on their forehead.
Ego, I'm assuming you're using both points to use control sense thoughts.
You are correct.
Okay. As Guy continues to go in extravagant detail of what the criminals, how the criminal organization usually operates when it comes to dealing with loose ends, you peer into this kid's mind and you hear on the surface, they're not going to touch me. I'm just a kid. We're all just kids. There's no way they're going to do anything. There's no way. He's lying. He has to be lying. There's no way. He's lying.
Does Rawl also hear this with his dark side points?
Are you going to take the necessary cost to use those points?
You already have one person able to hear it.
Yeah, but it's not like just relay information instantaneously. However, I'm just saying with the
I will put in perspective. This is the third time you failed a force ability, and you are resorting on tapping into the dark side again.
With the way events have been playing out, I'm gonna be honest. Right to open again. Yeah, I know.
You can do it, but it's gonna cost you. Again. And because of the frequency, it's going to cost you 2 points of corruption.
So it'd be 4 at that point. Okay.
This is a short window that you've tapped into the dark side multiple times.
Before I make this decision, can I make a lore check specifically targeting Dathmirian meditation secrets, and seeing if in his studies when he was learning there, if there was a way to balance your spirit, your force, by undergoing meditation, albeit probably in a specific place.
Dathmirian culture. They're more of a spiritual practice. I'll let you do this, but it will only lower the corruption rate from 2 down to 1 if you are successful. This is going to be a hard difficulty. I'm going to upgrade this difficulty to a challenge of 1 with a destiny token. You fail this, you're taking 2 points of corruption to pull this off. You are able to succeed and maintain your balance through the training of the Night Sisters. You will only take 1 point of corruption. Either way, you are falling to the dark side.
But
it's just a matter of how fast.
Okay, right. But there wasn't any knowledge of a way to reverse, to go towards the light side?
There hasn't been... There's no teachings when it comes to reversing the damage of corruption so far. It's just it's learning the balance, the give and take when it comes to utilizing the force magic. But you've been doing a lot of give, or no, you've been doing a lot of take in not giving. That's why. The only caveat I'm giving you is you can lower the rate of corruption, and that's it. You haven't done much in the way of giving. You've constantly taken so far. Do you see what you understand where I'm coming from, right?
Yeah, I do.
So you can lessen the severity in this moment with a challenge of 1 hard lore check from your home planet. I'll give you a boost die just because it's your home planet's teachings.
Lore, boost, roll.
Oh shit! All right, Dar, Rawl, you're fucking playing with fire, my dude. You try and tap into your sensibility innately, but you're overwhelmed with the current situation, with what you've been presented so far on this planet. You're overwhelmed with the resentment that you have for the Hutts right now, given your just most recent interaction, and that currently permeates your forethought. I have to deal with the Hutts. What they present a threat to my anonymity, and then you try and refocus yourself into the moment with this kid. As ego peers into the mind of this kid, learning that he's distrustful of the words that guy is presenting, you are met with a black wall. And with that creates a level of frustration, and you dig deeper, resorting to that same aggression to tear down any barrier that presents itself to you every fucking time. And you visually, mentally imagine yourself clawing this black wall down piece by piece, brick by brick, until you pierce into the mind of this kid. The aggression becoming more and more fluid and known to you. As you take a point of corruption to sense his thoughts. And with that, you hear him saying, he's lying. He's lying. There's no way. It's not, they're not going to touch us. We're just kids. He's lying. Guy, you watch this kid maintain his demeanor, but you've seen thousands of faces faced with various levels of distress. You can pick up on subtle social cues. His eye begins to twitch right here with stress, indicative of high levels of stress. He begins to, his eyes begin to pace back and forth as he begins to calculate a way to get himself out of this situation that he finds himself in. And you watch as Ego and Rawl next to you seem distant in the moment as they peer deeper into his mind, but you're not exactly aware of what they're doing exactly, but it seems to help in a way.
I will say that one of the other things, and it is something that, narratively speaking, is part of Guy's thing, is as he said all of that, he would hold eyes, like he would hold his gaze with this kid in his way of like, tell me I'm lying. Like, Guy's in a bit like a thing of like not, like seemingly not caring. The way that he addresses things is that when he speaks is very matter of fact.
Yeah.
And he's not lying. And there is that sort of like complete relaxation on his face of there is no signs of this person trying to like tense or like any like micro gestures that could even hint to this person trying to like, he's not even like intimidating you. He's literally stating fact.
Right.
Which I think is the part that sometimes makes Guy even more unnerving. And he would be there, you know, if needed, if he senses like the kids maybe like trying to look for an exit just for effect, one of his hands would just like casually, as he's like readjusting where he's standing, just move to rest his hand where his blaster is. Which is, again, is that thing of like, sure, try.
As we reveal the role for this kid, I need Guy, Rutam, and Ego, and Dar, all to roll a hard difficulty perception check.
How long is this hesitation for this kid to answer?
This is just a momentary break in social interaction just for the audience.
Right.
Once we get the results of this roll, it's only momentary, but I just want to get this perception check out of the way before we move on.
I'm gonna use Touch of Fate and add 2 more booster to my pool.
Okay. Okay. Ego, Dar, and Bess. No, we just had the Ego. Dar and Guy. We're just missing checks from you guys.
I'm going to
Fucking Dar. Jesus Christ, dude.
if I don't have, if I'm rolling the perception, but my die are already both yellow. And I want to cash a light token.
It just gives you an additional boost ability die.
Okay.
A green one.
Yeah.
I'm learning.
Yep, you're picking up what I'm putting down. Okay, Guy, you're too focused in on this kid. However, both Ego and Dar, you watch as Rawl begins to tap into these more aggressive emotions.
That's
His eyes flash an amber color.
okay.
And it lasts for several seconds before it reverts back to his natural color.
Do I? No, go ahead.
I also want to say, just because of the frustration that he's feeling right now, he's very impulsive.
Mm.
In that moment that the corruption bursts through him, and he's hearing this kid, they're not gonna do shit. They're bluffing. There's no way. The axe is still at the kid's side, and with an effortless flick of the wrist, Raw brings the axe up, slicing one of the kid's fingers off.
Can I interpose that?
I'm right there. I'm like right behind him. You're gonna have to move
Okay.
lightning quick.
It's not that you gotta offset his fucking strength.
I fully expect to get hurt.
Fuck.
That's
Okay.
very strong.
Rawl, make a brawl check, melee check. Sorry, this will be contested by Ego's. Your choice. Fuck. Ranged light to interpose yourself, or athletics,
I don't.
or not athletics. Coordination. Sorry.
I'll do coordination.
Okay.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
That was. Oh, that was.
I gotta get the audience in on this. Holy fucking shit. Rawl, you tapping into the dark side begins to overwhelm your innate responses, and you revert to the most basic primal instinct to get what you want, which is pain. Inflicting pain gets you what you want, and you go and raise your axe above your head, and you come down on this kid's arm. Ego, seeing in already in tune with the Force, senses the sudden wave of dark influence overcoming Rawl. Ego interposes himself, trying to intercept his arm from striking the child. You end up taking the haft of the axe to the head. So you'll be taking 3 points of strain as you take blunt force trauma to the head from interposing yourself in between the kid and Rawl. As you put yourself in this position, you watch as that amber color finally flashes away, but the veins in the immediate area of his eyes begin to spider out, and his eyes become more sunken in.
I am going to say, considering that this is a very big gesture happening in the very close proximity of the kid, which is where Guy is. As this happens, Raul, you don't know when, but there's a blaster next to your temple.
Very well.
Oh
And
my
you just
god.
hear Guy, while still looking at the kid, but with the arm in your direction, go. I just want you to know you're not faster than me. So I would think very carefully about what you're about to do next. And I would suggest some answers instead of something else.
There's also 3 fingers digging into your vagus nerve. As Bess moves to disable you.
Fucking hell, dude. Oh my god. Where the fuck is Chaff and where the fuck is Oho? Holy shit. Raw.
I'm gonna need a minute.
So I'm actually rolling to attack right now.
Okay.
I'm gonna need a minute.
Okay. Bess, go ahead and roll to try and incapacitate roll. It's one difficulty. Yeah, one difficulty. So easy difficulty.
I'm gonna use those advantages to knock down and disorient. It ignores soak, and it deals 12 strain.
It's fucking insane. Oh my god. We just had a flash of fucking dark roll for a moment.
So he literally barrels into you, puts his fingers into your vagus nerve, pushes you off, grabs the injured part of the child. I don't know if there was an injured part of the child. No.
Ego was able to intercept it just in time.
And he just knee on the chest of the child, holding it in place, but like,
What the fuck was that?
Rawl, you've taken 12 points of strain. Are you still conscious? Okay.
Yeah.
You are overwhelmed with a sense of momentary paralysis, but it washes away quickly as you regain control of your body.
When you strike his nerve, you go in thinking you're very confident of, like, yeah, I know the anatomy of a human. I know this can work. But as you watch, the effect that you thought you had is not true as what you expected him to kind of crumple and collapse. He just shrugs you off as he pumps his ichor transfusion. Regaining
Fucking force
strain.
users, man.
Regaining strain and suffering wounds, but so he looks winded, like you heard him, but he's literally just ready to fight.
So instead of mental strain, you watch as Rawl transfuses some of this damage that he's sustained into physical damage as opposed to mental damage. His eyes begin to bleed ever so slightly. Blood begins to ooze from his nose and ears as he forces himself to remain in a conscious state.
Why
Rawl.
do you stop me?
There you go.
Why do you interpose yourself?
He's a
This
fucking
mission-
child. He's scared.
He's scared. He's not scared. He's playing us.
Oh,
We're
he's
fools.
scared. Trust me. Maybe not of us. Certainly of the people he's scared of.
If he's so scared, then he'd give us the information we want. But he's not, now is he?
I mean, if I can be truthful, I didn't exactly sign up to mutilate children. The job was just to hurt them, or at least put the fear of the Hutts. I'm not trying to be accomplice to mutilation or anything like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm not going to kill the poor child. Just get the answers we require.
I mean, we got a doctor on the crew. I'm sure you could create some truth serum to help us with this, but I don't think we need
Needed
to.
anymore, is it?
And you can
And I
also
look down at the
reattach a
boy.
finger, can't you?
I look down at the boy, I go, that's not needed anymore, is it?
By this point, there's tears welling up in his eyes as he too saw this primal reaction from Rawl. Only momentary. By this point, you get Ego and Rawl. You both hear his thoughts at this point. It's I'll tell you anything. Please don't hurt me. Desperation is what consumes his thoughts at this point. In terror of Rawl. You get a sense.
As he hears that thought, a memory kind of clicks in Raw's brain. A memory of the past of him as a child. Before the Night Sisters took him in. He was bullied by the neighborhood kids and abused, and the only thing he said at that time too was, "Please don't hurt me. Please stop." And something about that kid now saying that kind of clicks for him, and it kind of brings him back to his senses a bit, and his eyes kind of soften as he looks at the vein's still there, but his eyes kind of visibly soften as he looks down at the child.
Rawl, with the 4 points of corruption that you've now taken, you have physically undergone some level of transformation. That will be part of your character's appearance going forward. For the rest, the kid now appears to be complicit in whatever you ask of him. And he's willing to work with you as he is terrified of the individual that you have accompanying you.
Name, location of child, and then you can go back to sleep with your friends. You wake up, it'll all be a bad dream.
And the name of those who are helping you, and
I never ask questions. They just be giving us 20 credits every time we bring them somebody. I swear I don't know their names. But they operate out of a dead town. They have a base there. I that's all I know.
Where?
Dead town.
What sector?
I don't know. I was just told to bring them to the outskirts of Dead Town, and they would pick them up. That's all I know.
West? East? Where?
We drop them off at the South Quadrant, and that's it. We just tie them to a post, and they pick them up. And the next thing you know, we have 20 credits waiting at our stronghold by the time we get back. That's all I have. I swear, I don't know who they are. They just pay us and send us messages. That's it. That's all I know.
Is that all we need?
Dead Town is a fairly small. Actually, no, it's pretty fucking huge. It is a grave. It's a grave site. It's a massive grave site.
would this gravesite be included in the The mapping that Gal got?
It can potentially be. You just have to spend a little more time on the HoloNet, which with the success roll that you made will eventually be generated. But as of currently, no, it is not part of your web your mapping system. But he does give you a description of the emblem that he's seen. Which I have to pull up the description of them real quick. Give me 1 second.
As after he describes this emblem, Bess just goes, "Kid, this crime life ain't for you. Fuck off. Don't fuck with the huts anymore. Night night." And he squeezes his vagus nerve and ow.
Oh, love it.
Well done. You still have the tracking device that Krell instructed you to place on the leader of the party or the gang. Do you place that tracking device at this time?
Yeah, I mean, Ego's head is fucking pounding, but he puts the tracker.
Ego, yeah, you're currently overwhelmed with the emotions that you just experienced from Rawl. You rolled well enough on your force check that you weren't just in tune to the kid's emotional state of being, you're in tune to Rawl as well. And it's very overpowering. Before he's rendered unconscious, he gives you a description of the emblem that he's seen on these individuals that he's been interacting with. It is a 2 triangles with curvatures offsetting both sides of the emblem, along with a angular 90-degree shape, what's it called? It's like an elongated parentheses. And then in the center of those 2 angular parentheses is a circular, half-circular shape, or incomplete circular shape, but mirrored with an elongated line at the pointing towards the top of the emblem. All of you give me a underworld knowledge check, average difficulty, as he describes this emblem to you before he's rendered unconscious. Every one of you recognize this emblem as the Pike Syndicate.
Pike Syndicate.
The kid is at this point rendered unconscious. You have this knowledge in hand. You know that they are operating out of Dead Town somewhere. You don't have an exact location, but you at least have a heading. The Pike Syndicate, with all your guys' knowledge checks that you succeeded, has tried to establish themselves as a rival gang to the Huts, along with the Black Sun. But the Pikes are a little more funded. You get a sense that with this knowledge, they are trying to undercut the Huts in the slave trade, and utilizing these kids to do so. With this in mind, the crew has their heading. Is there anything else before we conclude tonight's session?
They're gonna
I think this is
say,
a great place to stop.
yeah, guy is holding the gun still at Raw while eating.
The animosity is palpable, or not animosity, but the tension. Tension is palpable. We saw a flash of darkness come from the party within, and where the rest of this journey will take us is to be diced. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You guys have a great rest of your evening. We'll see you next time on To Be Diced.